Can you hear me now? Not to be a Verizon commercial, but can you hear me now? Do I sound okay? Is it like super loud or super low or anything like that? I'm not on Discord, so you shouldn't get the weird pop. Not cool, Ari. My cat literally just shut off my like power surge on my floor. But I since I run the stream from a laptop, it doesn't shut off the computer, just the monitor. Like, I have a monitor and my laptop. But so it shuts off like, the monitor and the lights and stuff like that. Ari, chill, girl. We're going to draft in a second. I know you want to play now, but you got to have a little patience. I told everyone 5. I showed up at 5:30. I'm going to give them a few minutes to trickle in, those who want to, before we fire the draft. I don't think she agrees. Ari, say hi to the stream. Come on. You're such a rascal. Hey, for a subscription. Thanks, Target Player. Saul, appreciate the support. Thank you for the big compliment, too. Obviously means a lot, especially coming from someone I know who's been playing Magic for 30 years now. Longer than me. Oh, this is our most talkative cat by a long time. Like, she does not stop. Like, at first, I would, like, go to pet her, and she would, let out those kind of yowls or whatever. And I was like, oh my, am I hurting you? Like, should I stop? But then we kind of realized she'll just be purring, cuddling on your chest, like not restrained at all, and still letting out those kind of noises. I genuinely think she's just trying to talk with us. Obviously, she can't make English sounds and she doesn't understand English words, but I think she's like literally just trying to tell me things. I think she's just very talkative. There's going to be more streams, y'all. I appreciate the patience and the support. Like I said, I'm never planning to return back to the old schedule, but if you haven't heard me explain it or follow me in the places where I've explained it, like, I'm trying to buy a house this year. House prices are kind of crazy. I'd been planning for this for a long time, so I had the amount saved that I thought I was going to need and stuff like that. And I make a lot more playing poker than streaming, but I greatly prefer to stream and hang out with you than to go to the casino and hang out in the card room. So unexpectedly, I now need to prepare for substantially higher costs than I thought I was going to have to because house pricing went crazy over the past year or two. So I'm just mostly putting in a lot of extra poker hours. But again, the streams aren't going to go anywhere like I promised. Sometimes more, sometimes less, not on a schedule. Some of them take sets off, but not the whole set, but you know what I mean. Like I'll stream for the first month or whatever, take a month off, but I'll be around and I'll be streaming. So I definitely appreciate the support from everybody. And once I get settled in, like I said, my finances are honestly pretty comfortable normally. And once I get settled in and get through this, I should be able to allocate my time way more how I want, which will mean way more streams with you and way less hours in the poker room, believe me. But this was kind of an unexpected thing. Like I said, I planned for this over the long run too. It was just, I didn't plan for houses going up like so much over the past year. I mean, who could plan for that unless you're like a master investor or whatever? Like I didn't know that was going to happen. So I thought Siggy actually somebody asked, how do I feel about this limited format? I think Siggy actually described it perfectly in that, like, it's low complexity. It's not that interesting. But it's fairly balanced, and you can draft aggro or mid-range or control, and you can draft any colors. So, like, it's just basically a fine core set. You know what I mean? A flavor aside, this is not going to be anybody's favorite limited format, realistically. But, like, not any pros, you know what I mean? Like, the flavor, if you're really into D&D, I mean, they hit the mechanics hit the flavor of D&D, to the best of my knowledge, is like a 10. I'm not a D&D expert, I played a little once in a while, but I mean, this is literally, like, what D&D is about, right? Like, you tell a story, and then you go, like, magic-wise, and you go around, like, rolling the die to see if, what you hit, and you go into dungeons, and, when I played a little bit with my friends a long time ago, it literally felt like it feels like this set is a 10 on a flavor hit for D&D. But as far as, like, mechanics, as far as magic strategy, they're not bad. They're not ruining the games or anything like that. They're just kind of lame. Like, okay, like, scry 1, next time I trigger this, I get a life or whatever. The other mechanic, like, roll the die. Oh, okay, I get, like, one more 1/1. Like, it's just not, it's not strategic in the way that cycling is, or in the way that, like, even learn was, like, because you want the learn card, but you pay the cost of paying the weaker, of the card you're the lesson, but you in your hand, you have to pay the weaker cost of playing the learn spell over a different spell. So there's a lot of, like, built-in decisions to a lot of mechanics that make the game, like, more strategic. These mechanics they're very low complexity mechanics, which is, like, the whole set is just very vanilla, very low complexity. That doesn't mean it's not fun. It means it's probably not going to have like the ultimate replayability. You know, like when the set comes on Arena in like, you know, a year, I'm not going to be like, ooh, D&D Limited, I've missed that, right? But it doesn't mean the set isn't fun. It's a balance. It feels like a balanced limited format. You go do some drafts and you play some games. I know I'm going to get asked this a lot, Hypnotoad. I'm not going anywhere streaming. I like streaming. I think Wesco described this the best on Twitter. He said, you know, Ben's two favorite things in the world are like drafting and talking about draft. So, I mean, it's, I'm not going to stop streaming, but, you know, it just depends on how much I like the set, what my schedule is like, and how much free time I have. Hopefully, I will get into a financial position again after I buy the house where I'm very comfortable and can just basically play as much poker I want and stream as much as I want. This is the first time I've actually felt pressure to work in quite a long time. And like I said, I don't want to explain this over and over again, but I did plan for what I expected to buy and had the amount of money saved that I wouldn't have to change my streaming schedule or anything like that. But then house prices just keep went up and up and up like crazy. Anybody who has a house or has looked at house prices in the past year can tell you, like, how this is just like nationwide in the U.S. I don't know about the whole world, but house prices have went bananas in the United States over the past like year and a half. Like, it's just crazy. I've done like, I mean, so the thing is though, I'm not buying as an investment. I'm buying the home we're gonna live in the place we know we want to live indefinitely. So like, I mean, and rents go up too when house prices go up. So I don't think it makes sense to stay away. It's not like I'm buying more than one or I'm buying as an investment. I'm just buying the one like 2 to 3 bedroom townhouse that me and Rachel plan to live in indefinitely. So like, obviously I think it makes sense still to buy it, but it's just bad luck, honestly. It's not like I was planning to invest. I just, you know, I moved back from DC and then I signed a lease and started planning to buy a house and COVID hit and blah, 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 blah. Anyways, listen, I'm in no position to complain. I'm only even talking about it because people ask me constantly, you know, why I'm not streaming, if I'm going to stream more, if I'm going to stream less. So the answer is there will be streams from me next year and the year after and the year after, barring Black Swan type events. You know, like I will not never stream again because I like streaming, I like drafting, I like talking about draft, I like hanging out with all of you. If I'm really enjoying a set and I don't like feel like I need to play much poker and I'm good on money, there may be 30, 40 hours of streams in a week. If I'm not enjoying a set at all, I may take a month and a half off. I'm not planning to go back on the schedule. I am definitely planning to stream way more than I've streamed over the past 3 months. This is I normally put in about 30 hours of poker a week, and I've been putting in about 50, 60 ridiculous numbers of hours for me of poker a week. And that I do not plan to continue on doing indefinitely. Okay, so that said, let's get started. My plan for tonight is 2 drafts. I'm not going to be on tomorrow, but I will be back on Thursday. And I do plan to come on Thursday before the sweatsuit. So my next stream, not like right before the sweatsuit, I mean, my next stream should be Thursday afternoon. I don't have an exact time for you yet, but since the sweatsuit starts at 7, I'm going to try and get on at like 2 or 3, do a draft or 2, do the sweatsuit, finish up the previous draft. So that's the tentative plan for the week. I won't be on tomorrow, but I do plan to be on Thursday, and hopefully not at 7. Hopefully more like in the afternoon between 2 and 4. For right now, we're going to do 2 drafts, and we're going to get started. Let's get into it. That's crazy, yeah. And I'm lucky, D-Goods. I live in the suburbs, and Florida's not that expensive. Like, it's way more expensive here than in, like, you know, like Nebraska or whatever, but it's way less expensive than it is in, like, you know, DC or New York or whatever. So, I mean, I'm just looking at 2 to 3 bedroom townhomes, and they were like $200K last year, and now they're like $300K. It's just mind-boggling to me, but what are you going to do? Okay, so teleportation circle. This seems like maybe a build around. I don't actually think there's that many creatures that comes into play effects in this format. I know there's some, but feels like there's a lot of creatures that do things when they attack and stuff. I don't think this is going to be that powerful of a build around. Lightfoot Rogue is obviously a fine 2-drop. Magic Missile is definitely the best card in this pack. While I disagreed when somebody, I think Cord or whatever, called it a mythic common, he's just being semantical. Obviously, it's a great card. It is a good first pick. I mean, it kills 2 creatures pretty frequently. It trades 1 for 1 at minimum, like even on mana every time. Trades up 2 for 1 a decent amount of the time. Gretchen's pretty good, but a gold card. Nothing wrong with a blue-green ramp around Gretchen, but I'm not going to take it over Magic Missile, 1-color card. That's probably better anyway, or at least around the same power level. So this just seems like a really clear Magic Missile. Also, I saw there were some subscriptions Thank you, Sparks Flowing. Appreciate the 5 months of support. Also, thank you, Turtlebox, for gifting out 5 subs. I'm going to get fully into the Magic and stop talking about houses and other stuff. I do want to be crystal clear. So, I really appreciate all the support for my content and my streams. I put a lot of effort into them. Magic doesn't make a lot of money. By all means, donate and support if you want to support the content. Please don't donate and support, because I've been talking about this, like, struggle of buying a house or whatever. I'm comfortable financially. I'll make it work. If I have to get a little less than I want or wait a little longer than I want, I'll be fine. So I always appreciate all donations because you want more content, because you like my content, etc. I put a lot of effort into it, and Magic doesn't make a lot of money, Magic content. But I'm not hurting for money on, like, a personal financial, like, on a personal level. Like, I'm going to eat and there's going to be a roof over my head. So donate if you want to support the content. Don't donate because I'm trying to buy a house or whatever. All right, so let's get into the next pack. Room abilities of dungeons you own trigger an additional time. Loathsome Troll's pretty good. I mean, I love a top-heavy recursive creature. They have to trade or deal with this, and then you get it back when it dies. I think the Tapper's pretty good. I mean, I'm not going to take any of these red cards. So it's basically a Precipitous Drop, Loathsome Troll, Jin Wander, Windseer. I'm not sure by any means that Troll was the right pick there. But I think, like, there's clearly we're not going to take the red card. So it's basically just, like, a bunch of close cards in total power level. Like, between the Troll and, like, the 4-mana 3/3 flyer that's pretty good. And, like, one other card I named there. Thank you, K-Chan. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Somebody made a joke about OnlyFans or whatever. I might make, like, a Patreon or something, but I would only do that if I start producing, like, weekly content. Like, that would be some in addition to the stream, because the stream already has ways to support it. So, like, I would make, like, a Patreon or something if I made, like, a draft video a week every week, or if I wrote an article, like, you know, every couple weeks or something. But for just the stream, then, I mean, obviously, Twitch has that built in. Okay, anyway, Asmodeus, we had a long conversation about this during last Thursday. I do offer coaching. Check out bennismtg.com if you're interested. I do think this card is good. I think that it has a lot of upside. I don't know that it's better than some of these other cards, but it's a rare. And what was the best red card? Like Hobgoblin, not an exciting card. So I'm going to go with Asmodeus. Like I said, we had a long conversation about this card last time. I mean, look, if you're at 20, this card is win the game. If you're at 8 and you can't afford to use it, you can still usually pay 1 or 2 and for your draw step. It's not that big of a deal. So this is basically a powerful late game card drawing spell that's also a 6-mana 6/6, so you don't fall behind the turn you play it. I'm not saying it's broken. I'm not saying it's better than even like 4-mana destroy creature, make a treasure. It might be, it might not be. I don't know, and I haven't had it since our discussion last Thursday, but I do think it's a good card. All right, let's see what's in this pack. Swarming Goblin's fine. Direwolf Prowler is definitely better. I like this card a lot. This Fiddlebender is not exciting. I don't think Barbarian class is particularly good unless you have a really focused aggro deck. I think this is a Direwolf Prowler. I'm a pretty big fan of Direwolf Prowler. I talk about this concept a lot, but it's probably one of the most important concepts for draft. So, like, I'm going to say it again here. Using your mana on turn 2 and 3 is really important, and you're going to be at a big disadvantage if you don't do it. But if you draw bad 2 and 3 drops in the middle of games that are basically near blanks and have almost no effect on the game, you're also going to be at a really big disadvantage. So one of the number one things I value in Limited is 2 and 3 mana cards that are not blanks on like turn 5 and 6. Stuff like Direwolf Prowler. Okay, let's see. So this pack doesn't have much in the way of red and green. I mean, if this was best of 3, I would take Plummet, but it's best of 1, so no sideboarding. So I guess I'm going to grab Charm Sleep. I think that's the best card in this pack by a lot. I mean, not about going to a 4th color so much as got to draft what we're seeing. Hey, Hubdubba. Sorry, I announced earlier in the day when I realized we were going to have a busy afternoon, but I could do it tonight when Rachel worked. I tried. I know I mentioned last Thursday it was probably going to be in the morning, which is why I went and tweeted about it, but sorry. All right, so Knoll Hunter, perfectly serviceable, not especially good 2-drop, which there's actually a lot of in this format, serviceable 2s. Kind of feel the same way about Inspiring Bard, unless you're hitting life gain synergies. Green seems like the color we're seeing the most of, but white we're not seeing a ton of or don't have any of, so I don't assume we're that likely to care about life gain. Probably more of a green, black, green, red, green, blue. So I'm going to go with Knoll Hunter here, I think. Thanks for subscribing, Jane's Addiction. I know I've probably made this joke before, but also thank you for your 90s rock. Appreciate your work. Okay, so Jin Windseer, I think, is a pretty clear choice here. I don't think Power of Persuasion is good. I mean, I'm not saying you would never put it in a deck, but this card is just weird to me. Like, why would you make an uncommon this fancy and this weak? Am I wrong on this card? It really doesn't look good. Like, I'm not saying it's unplayable, but it just doesn't look like a good card. It seems like you should just get more out of this card. Jin Winseer, on the other hand, is excellent. I mean, a 4-mana 3/3 flyer is not like a busted card in the high power level Modern Magic, but like you get some scry too, which is practically draw a card. Like this is almost like a flying Packmate. Like I don't want to be hyperbolic, it doesn't have Foretell, but if this card had Foretell too, it would basically be a flying Packmate. Like this is an excellent card. So I like Air Cult Elemental quite a bit. I haven't found this format to be that hard to get to turn 6. It's fast in the sense that people are always attacking, but I haven't found blocking to be that hard. So I think that you get to turn 6, 7, you make those land drops quite a bit, and you do, I think you want a full curve basically in this format. Like you will get punished if you don't interact early, but you also will lose the game if you don't have late game. All right, we tabled Gretchen, so clearly we found the open colors. So this is a little bit of a drafting the hard way payoff draft. We first picked Magic Missile, second picked Loathsome Troll, third picked Asmodeus, and clearly we're seeing blue-green, and that's where we're going to settle. We saw next to no black or red cards after the Missile and the Asmodeus. Counterspell, draw 2, discard 2, medium, Clever Conjurer. Well, this is okay if you have expensive cards, and I think we do, right? We already have a 5, a 6. We can spend our mana on Gretchen. So when it comes to stuff like Clever Conjurer, or with any 3-mana ramp for that matter, what you want to think about, this is not going to be an aggro deck. I think Null Hunter is going to be pretty medium in this deck. We're going to be more interested in ramp. Especially with 2 Clever Conjurers already, I'll prioritize even more 5s and 6s. But the concept I was about to talk about is basically, so when I look at ramp, I don't really care that much about the cards that cost 1 more mana than it, because if I play a 3-mana ramp card, and then next turn I have a 4-drop to cast, what did that ramp spell really do for me? But if I have a bunch of 5, 6s, and 7s, then a 3-mana ramp can be really powerful, because it can allow me to get out a 5-drop on turn 4, or a 6-drop on turn 5. So 2-mana ramp is pretty much always going to be good, because you always have a decent amount of 4s in your deck. Most limited decks, your curve really starts to thin out after 4, right? Like, you have a lot of 2s, a lot of 3s, still a decent amount of 4s, and then maybe you play a couple of 5s, a couple of 6s, 1, 6, whatever. Unless you're LSV, in which case you play 7, 7 drops or whatever. But if you're a mere mortal like the rest of us, normally your curve starts to really thin out on the 5-drop slot. So I think 3-mana ramp cards are generally only good when you have, like, a curve that includes a lot of 5+ cards. But I think drafting blue-green in this format, with what we have from this early in the draft, we can probably make that happen. Meteor Storm's really good, but I feel like there's no way we could play red. I mean, we saw next to no red, right? So I think we just take like one of these fine blue or green cards. They're not anything special, but I feel like after tabling Gretchen and getting blue and green cards late, like Windseer and Air Elemental, I mean, we're blue-green. Like, I don't think from here we're staying open. So I think here it's like Windseer or a Hill Giant. I want some Hill Giants pretty badly, but even though Windseer only costs 4, that still gives you more things to spend your mana on. It's still a pretty good card. Also important, that pack had Direwolf and Hill Giant. I'd be happy to table either of those cards. So, like, unless there's 2 different green players that take cards out of that pack, I will get a good green card out of that pack by taking the only good blue card. Like, if you're blue-green at the start of pack 2 and you open a pack with 3 dead even cards, you should take the one that's blue as opposed to one of the 2 green, because you have a much higher chance to table a card if there's 2 good cards in that color in the pack. Okay, so here, it's between the Investigator and the Charm Sleep. I think we probably want the removal, especially in blue-green. I'm not, like, that into Charm Sleep in this format. I think it's fine. I don't think it's that great. But blue-green isn't going to have that much access to removal, and so we probably do want to grab it here while it's not over much. So now we can take Basilisk or Rhymeshield Frost Giant. These aren't great cards to have to take this early, but they're both probably going to make our deck. How many 2-drops do we have? 2. And I think Basilisk will be better than Null Hunter, worse than Gretchen, so it'd be our second best 2-drop. As far as 5s, we have a Troll, we have an Elemental. Our curve's pretty low, given the double Conjurer, and we already have 2 2-drops. I think I'm going to go with the Rhymeshield. Basilisk can be really important due to fight spells. I mean, we are in pack 2 and I don't have any yet, so that makes it a little less of a priority, but I do agree. Of course, they're the common fight spell in this format, and there's an uncommon 1 or 2. Alright, so Pixie Guide's pretty good. It's a 2-drop that can, give you advantage with die rolling. What do we have so far? Loathsome Troll, 2 Windseers. So we look like we might end up with a decent amount of die rolling if we want to. Otherwise, Silver Raven, Split the Party's unplayable. I think Bullet is good. I think Split the Party's bad. I haven't even put it in my deck yet, so if people have honestly played it and it's been great, maybe I'm wrong. But, like, that's just situationally really slow. Like, it just does not seem like a good card to me. So here, I think we want the Investigator or the Hill Giant. I think Investigator's better than Basilisk for a blue-green ramp deck. I think Instruments maybe a fine slow win condition, but I don't think we'd want it over just like the good 6 anyway. We just got another playable 2. Arcane Investigator is excellent, though, in these kind of decks. It's a tough pick. I think I'm going to go with the 6 here because we just got another pretty solid 2 in Pixie Guide, and there's a lot of 2-drops in this format, but I think that's a really close pick. If you wanted to take the, the Investigator, you're doing nothing wrong. I'm not sure that my pick there was correct. So I would buy that 17 lands data wouldn't say that the instrument is great, but I also want to point out that's one of those cards that if you use it at the wrong times, it's going to obliterate your win percentage. Similar to the way I felt about the Fearless Liberator last time, I think you'll notice that the more complex a card is, the harder it is to use optimally, the worse the win percentages are going to be by quite a bit. All right, here I'm going to take this 2-5 because, I mean, the Scion is cool with die rolling, but we're not an aggro deck at all. On the other hand, that blocks well, can generate us an advantage. The Wilds is only useful really if you're splashing. Like, I'll play a Wilds in a 2-color deck, but I'm not excited about it at all. I know we have plenty of playables because we haven't had to waffle too much in colors, but Shortcut Seeker is just a good 4-drop. So now there's 2 really good cards. I want Purple Worm and Happen on a Glade. These cards are both excellent. I think the Purple Worm is better, given we're trying to do a ramp thing. We have Find the Path and 2 Conjurers, so we should be able to get this thing out pretty quick. All right, so I think between Circle of the Moon Druid, Conjurer, and Null Hunter, we're just looking to fill out our curve. It's likely none of these will make our deck, like the additional 3rd copy of Conjurer or the Null Hunter. But if we end up short on something, I'm going to care more about a filler 2, so I'm going to grab that. So we got back both of the green cards, so now we have to actually see what we want more. I want them both. They're both good. I think I want the Direwolf Prowler now because we got the Purple Worm and the Hill Giant. So, like, we're now on 5 cards that cost 5 or more, which is fine, and I'll even play a few more than that. But it's towards the end of pack 2, and Direwolf's a 3-drop that you can sink your mana into anyway. So I think we want the Direwolf Prowler. Sylvan Shepherd's only good with life gain synergies. It's not easy to be able to keep attacking with a 2-3. Obviously, you can make it happen once or twice if you're triggering your life gain stuff, but that's not a good card otherwise. Here we can grab the Basilisk for another playable 2. And to be clear, these Basilisks will make our deck, because I think Basilisk is better than Null Hunter in our deck. The thing is, I don't think Basilisk is a lot better than Null Hunter, just a little bit better than Null Hunter. So every time we draft a Basilisk, we're cutting a Null Hunter. So I would rather take, like, good cards for other spots, like, in my curve. But, like, I do think the Basilisks are good for us and gonna make our deck. Okay, so there's no way we're going to play 5 colors here. Even though we have Ramp, it's not even fixing. Find the Path only adds green. Conjurer only lets you add more mana of the colors you already have. So we're certainly not doing a 5-color thing. Obviously, we could splash, but again, we don't really have fixing. So I don't think we want, Power Word Kill. I think we want to just keep this to blue-green. In which case, our curve is fine, so this is a pretty easy Windseer. Windseer is just the best blue or green card in this pack, I think, by quite a bit. If you can't tell, I'm pretty high on Windseer. Thank you for subscribing, Discworld Ian. Appreciate the support. Good luck in your disc battles. I want to be clear on the 17 land stuff. Data is awesome. I'm not anti-data. I believe that data-based decisions are better than intuition-based decisions in the aggregate by a very wide margin. But for data in any spot to accurately tell you the right answer, your equation or model or whatever has to be exactly right. Now, don't get me wrong, if it's off by a little bit, it may still give you a better answer than your intuition. But if it's off by a lot or off in the wrong ways, it could be totally misinformation. So by all means, we should all be looking to 17 Lands data for guidance. I recommend every one of you download 17 Lands. It's a great project and a great program. Just understand at this point, it's useful data and not the right answer to every pick or whatever. Okay, so Varus is just a very good card. Obviously more of an A tier than an S tier because it's a 3-mana 3/3 and it dies and all of that. But this is a happy to first pick green card. So we're getting rewarded for finding the open color pretty well. Green and blue both seem wide open. We're tabling Windseers. We're getting 3rd pick Varuses. Life is good. I support data in Magic as well, Hans. I'm not scared of the data giving us the answers, because then we're just going to metagame and we're going to talk about how to react to the data. There's always going to be strategy. I fully embrace the data. And I know you're mostly kidding. I just want to be clear, because this is like a very important issue right now in Magic. I recommend to everybody, download 17 lands, look at the data, just understand the data is to lead you in the right directions as far as what to think about. The data is not like the perfect answer. Like it could tell us the perfect answer when we learn how to like properly process every single thing, but I don't believe they're there yet. Okay, so Wizard Class is a card I like a lot. It's a divination that is a win condition in the late game. I'm not sure how the divinations keep getting better and better. I think LSV might be pulling some strings at WotC. I don't want to accuse anybody of anything here, but I've noticed the 6-drops keep getting better. The divinations keep getting better. I feel like he might have his hand in the stew a little bit, you know? So Prosperous Innkeeper, this card is deceptive. So if you don't trigger any life gain things, what does this card really do? 2 mana 1/1, get a treasure, gain 3. Gain 5? That's fine if you play it on turn 2. What if you draw it in the late game? It's a near mulligan. I think this is one of those cards that's going to end up like not being very good in most decks, but being quite good in some decks. But it's a one-time ramp. So you get, when you play a ramp spell, you now have an extra land for the rest of the game to use over and over and again. Prosperous Innkeeper doesn't do that. Remember, it's a one-time ramp. So again, if you have like a splash and it's a treasure is a free source for it, if you have life gain synergies, absolutely, right? But if you don't hit any of those synergies, like if you don't have treasure synergies, life gain synergies, and you're not splashing, I do not think you want to put that card in your deck. Now, I don't think you have to hit all 3 of those. I'm just pointing out that like a card that could be really powerful out of one of your opponent's deck because they're green-white life gain with a bunch of life gain synergy may not even be playable in your green-red or aggro deck or your green-blue ramp deck, right? I don't think we're going to play this card. We have good late game creatures. I don't think we need a powerful late game card drawing spell, but I don't think we're going to play any of these, so who cares? Kind of the same deal. I think Wild Shape's an okay trick, probably a little better than Polymorph. I don't think either of these are anything special. We have 3 Windseers, 2 Shortcut Seekers. Those are better 4-drops than the Bard. We're not going to play any of these cards, basically. These cards don't matter. So now there are cards that are going to make our deck. Both Spoils of the Hunt and Loathsome Troll are excellent and would probably make our deck. There are definitely times I would take Troll over Spoils, but we have a decent amount of expensive cards, not much removal, and 3 Basilics. So I think this is a pretty clear Spoils. I want to be clear, there are times I would take Troll over Spoils. If I had like a green-red deck with like a bunch of removal and I was an aggro deck, that Troll's going to overperform Spoils in that deck. But in the deck with 3 Basilic, blue-green looking to play long games, it's a pretty clear Spoils, I think. Okay, Easy Investigator. This card's just way better than Scion in our deck. We're a ramp deck. Scion's fine in a deck like ours, but better in aggro. I don't think these cards stand any chance to make our deck. Direwolf Prowler might. Hill Giant might. Our colors were just so open. I mean, this was crazy. We have to be like the only green player, and maybe there's 2 blue players in this whole pod. Like, we're just getting every green card out of every pack. Like, I was explaining how I took the blue card over one of the 2 good green cards to help to increase the chances to table a green card, and then we got both back. Like, it just seems like there's no other green players in our pod. Trash Boat Gaming, I appreciate the concern. I'm not retiring. Don't worry. I'm never retiring. I may very well retire from traveling around to competitive play, but I will never retire from booster drafting. I mean, I guess maybe if another game comes out that's better, I might switch to drafting that, but then I would stream that, and then you could see, because, you know, everybody enjoys different things, but if I actually switched to another game, it would be because I actually thought the game was better, and then it would be a very good game, and you'd probably enjoy it too, right? I'm not saying, like, you'd quit Magic, because I did. Maybe you like draft, but you also play a lot of Constructed, and, you know, whatever. I'm just saying, like, basically the only way I would ever quit drafting is if there was something better to draft. That's the TLDR of what I'm saying. Okay, so let's build this deck. So obviously we get to make some cuts. Let's identify any really weak cards and get rid of them. All of these 2-drops are good. I already have the Null Hunters in the board. The 3-drops that are the weakest are the ramp stuff, but we use our mana pretty well, so that's certainly not an auto cut. Bard's a pretty easy cut. +2/+2 is better for aggro, gain 3 life's good, and life gain synergy. We're neither of those things. So that's a super weak card and an easy cut. These 5-drops are good. These 6s and 7 are good. So that's the only easy cut. So what we're going to do now is pull off the cards that are cuttable. Like, I'm never going to cut Gretchen, right? So, like, Wizard class, not getting cut. Pixie Guide, cuttable. Fine card, but we're not like a dice rolling deck. Clever Conjurer, cuttable. We can use our mana, but we don't have to ramp. Fine. It's not like our, we just play the cards one turn later and play a better 3-drop. I think Direwolf Prowler's probably better than Clever Conjurer, even if we have 6s or whatever. Windseer's better than Shortcut Seeker, so that's a cuttable 4. Windseer's not. Rhyme Shield Frost Giant's a good 5, but it's worse than Troll for sure, so we'll move that over. And then I think the Air Cult Elemental's the worst of these fatties. So by doing this, the reason I like this process for when you have to cut a lot of cards is because you want to cut kind of in groups after seeing what you need, right? So when we do this and look at our deck, we know we have 3, 4, 7, 9, 12, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20 cards. So we're going to play 3 more cards. So my top priority is going to be to fill in spots in our curve. Now, ironically, our curve is near perfect, right? We've got 5 3-drops, 5 2-drops, a bunch of 3-drops, 3 4-drops, like a 5, a couple 6s. Like, we don't need to fill in spots in our curve. Like, our curve is already basically perfect. So then, what are we going to do? We're going to look for synergies, and we're going to look at individual power level, right? So when I look over to the right, do I have anything that really hits the synergies of my deck in that cuttable stack over here on the right? Why is 2 toughness scary? When it dies, you just get to pay 4 and buy it back. And half the time it goes right back to your hand and you don't even give a draw step. The other half the time you draw a 6 power creature, which is a great draw on turn 6+ of any game of Limited. Yeah, if the Troll didn't have Recursion, it would be a horrendous card. But the fact that you don't have to discard a card or anything, that you just tap 4 mana and it goes back in your hand or on top of your deck, that's amazing in the late game. It's just like you just win every stalemate. It's just a very good grindy card. So here's the thing about recursive creatures like this, right? 6/2s die. They force trades. If you attack with this, the opponent may block with their 2-drop, but they gotta block, right? And then you get to buy it back. So a 6/2 having recursion is a lot more valuable than a 2/6 having recursion. Obviously, you'd always rather it be a 6/6, but it's not that big of a drawback when your recursive creature has less toughness. That just means it dies easier, and you'd much rather, and it has recursion anyway. Thanks for subscribing, Ewan. Really appreciate it. Thank you to everybody. I know there's been a bunch of subscriptions. If I missed any, you know how I am. I get really focused sometimes, and then I look at the chat other times. So if I missed any, I apologize. But thank you to everybody who's been supporting my content. All right, so I don't think we really need to fill in spots on the curve. I think we should just basically go for synergy and power level. So let's see. How much die rolling do we actually have? Because we have the Pixie Guide. 1, 4... 5, so that's like a medium amount. Pixie Guide's still a flyer. It blocks well. We're a late game deck. Yeah, that seems like it's very likely to go into our deck. Other than that, let's see. I don't want like weak 3s, but our 3s are ramp cards. It doesn't seem like we're going to go in the dungeon very much, so I think Clever Conjurer is better than Find the Path for us. This can go either way. I mean, a 2/3 is not a great body, and you're mostly going to use this to untap lands. But you do end up getting a 2/3. You can block with it or poke them for 2. So clearly, if we're not really doing dungeon, which we're not, then Clever Conjurer is better than Find the Path. If you're a dungeon deck, then Find the Path is probably going to be better than Clever Conjurer. So I think we can eliminate Find the Path pretty easily. So along those lines, Shortcut Seeker, probably a pretty easy cut if we're not a dungeon deck at all. Look, it's a fine 4-drop in any non-aggro deck, period, right? 5 toughness, a good blocker on turn 4, and then if you're able to poke with it, going to the dungeon's nice, right? But we're not a dungeon deck. We've got 3 better 4-drops. I mean, these 5s and 6s are just better cards, so I think we can eliminate those. So now we want to cut 2 more cards. I'm just going to go with the curve. I'll put in like 1 Conjurer, cut 1 Conjurer, and I'll put in like the Air Elemental. I think it's substantially better than the Rhyme Shield. Okay, 17 lands is almost certainly right, but I haven't checked which way we want 9/8. So let's see. 3 green, 2-drops, 2 blue, 2 double blue 3-drops. That's a pretty strong pull towards blue, but the removal, we don't really care if we play them on turn 2. 1 double green 3-drop, double blue, double green, but these are late game cards. I think we want the extra blue because Wizard class and Windseer scry and draw cards, so that can help us find second green. But we don't really have like, well, I guess if we have 1 blue, then we can already help us find second blue. I mean, obviously this doesn't actually matter much, but we have a lot of cheap cards. I don't think we need 18 land. I know we can spend our mana, but like also look at how many of our cards cost 3 or less. And if we drew multiple fatties and only 4 lands, we can scry lands to the top with our 3 Windseers. I think 17 is pretty perfect for this deck. If I had no ways to get like extra lands if I wanted them, I would play 18 in a deck like this. But Wizard's Class draws 2. Gretchen can draw a card for 4. Conjurer is a mana, basically. So that's already a land on 3. Windseer scries. Like, I feel pretty good about 17 here. Maybe that's a reason to cut the 1 extra 6 drop for the 1 extra 3 drop, in case we get stuck on 3 or 4. But I don't want to put 18 lands in this deck, I don't think. But I could definitely be sold on cutting the Air Elemental here for the other Clever Conjurer, in case we do get stuck on 3 or 4. Wild Shape's a fine trick, but I'm not, like, super looking to save my creatures. I'm not looking to play combat tricks in this deck. Like, if I can't really attack, I don't really care, right? Look at my late game. Oh, I'm not going from 17 to 16. Somebody was suggesting 18. We're not debating cutting down to 16. Yeah, Bounce has grossly underperformed for me in the set. I called that from day one, because if you just look at the set, the creatures aren't dealing a lot of damage. They're venturing in the dungeon and stuff like that. So they're just going to get replayed. Like, and if you, like, bounce the opponent's creature to venture into the dungeon and gain a life, or scry one, and they replay the creature, you're down a card. So, like, I just don't think this is the kind of format. This is the kind of format where there's a lot of little creatures that trade with each other, and you have to play them, because if you don't, your opponent's venturing into the dungeon, and you want to be venturing in the dungeon. So, like, both you and your opponent have to play a lot of little creatures. And then you're just trading them off constantly and whatever. So that makes Bounce perform really poorly. The formats where Bounce will perform the best is where one person's racing in the air and the other's, like, attacking on the ground, or where, like, it's just, like, big creatures. And, like, you know, if your opponent plays a 6-drop and you bounce it, you get a lot more value than if your opponent plays a 3-drop and you bounce it, right? And, like, also, when the big creatures are immune to Bounce, then Bounce is going to perform really bad, because the best target for Bounce is big creatures. And look at the 2 6-drops, for example, in my deck. Do you really want to bounce my Air Cult Elemental or my Hill Giant Herd Gorger? It's not going to be that profitable, right? I'm not saying you should never bounce these cards, but I'm saying, like, it's cutting into your profits because they trigger their comes into play ability again. So there's, like, a variety of reasons, of course. But yeah, Bounce has performed horribly for me in this format. Yeah, I like the Troll a lot. Top-heavy recursive cards are just like a way to quietly win games. This thing has to be answered, and then it comes back. And then it has to be answered, and then it comes back. Sure, look, it's too slow some games. People are going to exile at some games, fly over at some games. I'm not saying you're going to win every game you cast a Loathsome Troll. That would be ridiculous. It's just a random 5-mana uncommon. But this is the kind of card that quietly wins games with 1 or 2 recursions that you might have lost had you taken the draw steps instead of drawing a 6-2 those turns. I think this card is, like, substantially better than it looks. I don't want to say it's, like, busted or something, but I mean, if you saw, I second picked it out of a weak pack, but I think this card is good. Like, okay, though, I'm going to submit this. I'm not 100% on, no, wait, I think it was an island I decided on over the forest, right? Because the charm sleeps. And if I draw all blue mana, I can use Wizard's Class to find a forest, or Windseer to find a forest. So I think we actually want to go 9-8 the other way. 100% I think this is a 9-8. It's just a question of which way. And it's extremely close. So if you were like, oh, I would have played 9 Forest, like, whatever. I honestly have no idea whether it would, like, I would guess the amount of value between 9-8 in either direction in this deck is literally a rounding error. Like, I don't even have any clue. Yeah, if you have synergies with Bounce, Val, I mean, it doesn't take, like, anything crazy for a Bounce spell to be a playable limited card. I'm just talking about, like, in the aggregate in the format. I'm not suggesting you should never put a Bounce spell in one of your decks. To be honest, I have drafted a pretty good amount by now, and I think people are mostly right that, like, the Mardu colors are mostly the best and stuff like that, but this is a balanced format. I do not think you should avoid green or blue. Draft what's open. Like, I would definitely rather be the only green or blue drafter in a pod than one of 4 black or red drafters or whatever. Now, obviously, 2.5, 3, 2, whatever. If it feels close, maybe you're on the side of the better colors slightly. But I think if you're avoiding colors in this format, you're making a big mistake. And listen, I know I'm known for stay open drafting, but remember, in Strixhaven, what did I say to you the whole format? I can't get Lorehold to work. Lorehold seems like you should avoid it. Pains me to say it, but every time I've tried Lorehold, my decks have looked good and I've lost. I don't think Lorehold is draftable, was my opinion on Lorehold and Strixhaven, right? I guarantee you in this format, if green is not overdrafted in your pod, blue is not overdrafted, and you get to be the only 1 or 2 green or blue drafters in your pod, when you draft green or blue, you'll do fine. I think the colors are pretty balanced. Now, red and black may be better and deeper, right? So that means what draft should find what I call its natural balance, meaning that like all of the cards work, but the red and black are deeper and a little better. So what should happen is you should average like 3 red drafters and 3 black drafters in every draft, and only 2 blue drafters and 2 green drafters, because the red and black cards are better and there's more of them. So more people should end up drafting red or black just organically. And when you start forcing red or black in scenarios like that, then you end up being the 4th, 5th red black player in your pod, and then your deck ends up horrible. So just understand that red and black, I agree with everybody, this is an upside down world. Red and black cards are probably the best of this format. If you're seeing red and black, you should weight the cards a little higher. You should try and draft it. But if you're getting hit in the face by green and blue cards like I was in this draft, don't be afraid to draft it. That's my opinion. All right, let's see. So what does this Planeswalker do? I've played against it like once. Target creature without first strike, can't attack or block, okay. And this doesn't change later, right? Like does it? I don't even know. If I were to give my creature, I know I can't, but if I were to give my creature Vigilance right now, would it be able to attack then? And then search your library for, okay, whatever. Maybe they have that, maybe they don't. So this thing is not a huge deal, but we still want to get rid of it. Seems like we should just play our 2 drops, no real decisions, right? We can't cast Horde Gorger. We're not trying to spoils away this token. At the time of targeting. Yeah, that's what I would have thought too. Just checking. If you could respond, like if I responded by giving it first strike, then it would fizzle and be able to attack. But if you like equip and give it one of those abilities later or something, then you still can't attack. That's how I would have thought it worked. Once a creature, always a creature forever. I wouldn't have thought that from the way it's worded, I believe you, but it says as long as it has 7 or more loyalty counters. So if you knock its loyalty... Oh, because when it becomes a creature, it's no longer a Planeswalker? So you can't attack it, or it's indestructible, so it doesn't take damage, I guess? Right, okay. But I mean, clearly, whatever. We're trying not to let that thing hit 7, of course. I have played against it once, but they didn't get it to 7. They just plussed it a few times. But this is one you could genuinely ignore if it's not getting to 7. But, I mean, this game we're not going to end anytime soon, so we're probably going to have to attack it. All right, so let's see. We can play the Hill Giant or the Spoils, not both. Do we have any profitable attacks? Only if we play the Spoils. So we could spoil away the 4/4 and then attack this with both, and they get to trade the 2/1 for the 1/2, and I knock 2 off it. That's not a great turn. We just want to slap down our 7/6 for sure. The only question is, do we do any attacking? If we're not spoils away the 4/4 flyer, the only attacker would be the Basilisk. Remember, this Prowler doesn't deal damage. I don't want to trade the Basilisk for the 2/1 Morningstar token, so no attacks this turn. Thank you, Danzimal. Appreciate that subscription. Thanks for the 8 months of support. All right, so let's see. What do we want to do now? Obviously not a good turn for us. They dealt with our threats. I guess I'm just going to attack it for 2. They actually should have pacified... They pacified the wrong creature, I think, with the Grandmaster Flowers, right? If they would have hit the Conjurer, the Basilisk, they could just block with the 2/1. Now they don't have any good block on it. I could spoils away the Morningstar to get 2 on it, but that's not worth it. I need to kill this 4/4 flyer, I think. So I think what we do here is just attack it with the Conjurer. And then hopefully we'll be able to hit it next turn. I don't know. We have spoils to deal with the 1 creature in play. If we lose the game to that, we lose the game to that. If I spoils away this Morningstar token and then hit this for 2, they have this 4/4 dragon out. I'm just going to lose the game anyway. It's 20-11. The game's not over. If they have nothing to play, then we can hit this next turn. And if we draw bounce, removal, whatever, like we can deal with it that way. If I draw the Air Cult Elemental at any point, I can just bounce this back to the opponent's hand, right? I'm dead on board. What am I missing? I have a fight spell in my hand. I have to be missing something. Yeah, I know, but I can kill the 4/4 flyer. It's definitely not over. I can kill one of their creatures, but... Yeah, but Red Dragon I can destroy, right? So it's definitely not over. Now, I may have to draw Charm Sleep or Air Cult Elemental, but that's 3 outs right there. And I'm not even necessarily thinking of my whole deck. I could also block it with a flyer. It doesn't... Oh, the Morning Stars give it trample, though, so that's probably not going to work. But otherwise, I could have drawn a lot of flyers and stuff, too. All right, too late for Varus. Sure, we are dead to the Planeswalker now. Sorry, Nate. Thanks for resubbing. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, no, I think I played that game right. Like, sure, I could throw away all my cards to put the Planeswalker down to 4, but remember, I'm not even killing it. I'm putting it down to 4. So what ends up happening? They just have their big flying dragon and their Planeswalker on 5 next turn, and I have like no spoils, no Basilic, no anything or whatever. Like, I just have like nothing, and their Planeswalker's on like... And their Planeswalker's on 4, and they have their 6/4 flying dragon that kills me in 2 turns. The way I played it, if I draw the Charm Sleep or the Bounce Spell, I'm good. I'm in a winning position. You should definitely cancel the punt. I don't know if my play was optimal or not, but I think it was, and if it wasn't, it was close. Like, you can't just always deal with the immediate problem, right? You have to think, how am I going to win? Let's imagine I make the play to knock the Planeswalker down to 4. I'm using spoils to kill a 1/1 Morningstar token. And then they untap, they put the 2 equipment on their dragon, hit me for 6 down to 5, and plus their Planeswalker on my only creature. So if I draw the Charm Sleep then, for the flyer, then they still have the Planeswalker out, right? So like the way I played it, I need 1 Charm Sleep to be able to win that game, or to be in a winning position. 1 Air Cult Elemental to be in a winning position. If you play it the other way and spoils the blocker and put the Planeswalker to 4, you can draw Charm Sleep or Air Cult Elemental and you're still dead, right? You have to draw that and put it on the dragon, then the Planeswalker goes back up, then you have to draw something else to deal with the Planeswalker on 5 or 6, which pacifies your creatures. I'm not saying for sure which play was optimal, but it was definitely close, and I think I chose right, but it certainly wasn't a punt. Like, if that's hitting the punt counter, like... I stand no chance, man. The punt counter is going to be on 10,000 by the end of the year. Thank you, Scruffles. Appreciate the subscription. Okay, so Varus is one of those creatures you really want to get down first, of course, because it triggers every time you cast a creature, right? So we're going to cast that here. The question is, do we want to trade Basilic for Priest? It's not really a good trade, but... we have a blocker for Priest, so it's not going to be able to attack profitably. And is Priest going to trade, like, with less than this? I mean, it doesn't block Varus, doesn't block Windseer, and we have the only other ground creature is another Basilic. So I basically think this attack is just like a 1-point free roll, because it's going to be... Basilic is not really going to do more in this game than trade with this Priest. So, but we're going to have a blocker for their Priest, so maybe we sneak in a point of damage, right? Remember, you don't want to think about how good the cards are in the aggregate. You want to think about how good they are in the context of this game. If we don't envision ourselves getting more out of this Basilic than trading with this Priest during the course of this game that we're playing, and the Priest can't hit us because we're about to play a 3/3 blocker, then attacking is just a free roll, right? We either make a trade that's even in value in the context of the game we're actually playing, or we sneak in a point of damage. So obviously I don't want this trade. That would be the worst block in history. So this turn seems pretty straightforward. Attack with both play Windseer, blocks both their creatures profitably. If they want to trade their Pegasus for my Basilic, I'm happy. So which tomb do we want? We're probably not going to Dungeon Infinite, and if we do, we're going to win. So this seems like a clear Fendelver to me. Maybe Annihilation, though. We are on the aggro, right? So I think we're definitely not Mad Maging, because I can't expect to Dungeon Infinite times and we're ahead. I think it's maybe close between the Annihilation and the Fendelver here. Definitely can rule out Mad Mage. Mad Mage is a clear mistake. Yeah, Annihilation, you got to be way on the aggressive and ahead, but I think we kind of are, but it's probably Fendelver from this spot, because we're not like an aggro deck versus a control deck or something. I don't think we need to draw land. I know we have Gretchen, but, I mean, we also already have a land for next turn. So, sticking with it. Bottoming the lands, topping the spells, because they're definitely not killing us quick, so I'll take any firepower I can get. Yeah, I think it was really close, honestly, between the Tomb of Annihilation and the Fandelver. Obviously, taking Dungeon of Mad Mage in the spot would be a big mistake. That's the most powerful one. It's for late games. It's for, if you're going to grind out, whatever. That's not the case here. But I think we were ahead, so I don't think it was... I think it's probably pretty close between ending the game quicker, dealing damage, and getting a 4/4 Death Touch, or just, like, getting a little more now with the counter, and then the 1/1, the +1/+1, etc., etc. Okay, so... do we want to spoils the Golem to attack with Varus profitably? I don't think so. We have the Underdark Basilisk to block the Golem. So I think this turn is actually pretty easy. I think we just play like the Basilisk, the Gretchen, and the Wizard class that uses all 5 of our mana, triggers this thing like... oh, you can only trigger this once a turn. Wait, so we only want to play 1 creature a turn. Curveball. So then in that case, actually, we'll play the Basilisk and leave spoils open. And then if they have any kind of tricks or removal, we'll get them with spoils. And if not, the Basilisk can just trade with the Golem, and then we can decide whether we want to spoils or not into their turn. I still don't think I want to spoils the Iron Golem, because the Basilisk is such a good trade for it. And the Basilisk can't attack that well because they have the Priest out. Golem doesn't have reach, right? No, Vigilance. So assuming this triggered multiple times a turn, I don't need to like have spoils up right now. If they do something to mess up Basilisk, I can just spoils away the Golem later if I want to or whatever. So my play was going to be, assuming this would have triggered multiple times in a turn, it was going to be to play Gretchen, Wizard's class, and Basilisk. Guarantee I use all 5 mana and play the only card that's really important to play, the Basilisk. But I will preserve the extra dungeon trigger by holding the Gretchen till next turn. And in that case, I'd rather have 3 up for spoils than just sink 1 mana into the Wizard's class. So that's why I took the line I did. I think a 1/1's better than the Treasure. I mean, again, like, yeah, I could use a mana right now a little bit, but... I mean, I'll get to play all my cards. They only have a couple cards left in hand. I don't think we're winning this game through aggression. So there's a lot of confusion about these terms and stuff. I'm not here for semantics. I'm here to talk about meaning and how you create value playing Magic. But basically, aggression, the point of making aggressive plays is generally to end the game while the opponent still has cards in hand. If you can kill them before they can play out their hand, that creates value, right? If you envision your opponent playing out all their hand before you can kill them, you mostly want to make the... there can be exceptions to this too, but you're heuristic. You mostly want to make the plays that create the most value, not the play that does the most right now. If you think you can end the game quickly while the opponent still has cards in their hand, ending the game while the opponent still has cards in hand creates a lot of value, right? And to be clear, I'm not talking about the 2 cards they have in their end of their hand. One's a land, one's a combat trick they didn't get a chance to use. I mean, like, they couldn't empty out all the creatures from their hand because you killed them too quickly. That creates a lot of value. I don't see that happening in this game where they're at 15 playing white and I'm sitting here attacking with my 1 flyer. So there's not really much incentive, I don't think, to make aggressive plays. We want to make the plays that create the most value. So do I want to spoils a 2/1? Nope. If they played a good creature, I would have spoils it, but I'm not spoiling either of those. So now we can play 2 and 4, playing Gretchen and activating it, or we could pay 2 for Gretchen, 1 for Wizard's class, and activate that. I think we probably want to get the Wizard's class going first so that we can start using that +1/+1 whenever we draw cards. If we're going to play a card drawing spell, then it's the first thing we do because it may change our other plays. So I'm going to go ahead and start with the Wizard's class. Got to make sure I have Gretchen mana open, so I'm going to tap like this manually. Never trust the auto tapper, right? And then clearly nothing has changed. We'll attack with the 1/1 and the flyer, because the 1/1's a good trade for a 2/1, and they can't block the flyer. I'm not going to send Varus, because even if they double block, that would not be a good trade for me. Oh, no, I did miss this. I did make a mistake. The counter should have went on the flyer. You could actually hit the punt counter for this one if you want. It's a very small mistake, but I did forget we were going to store room. But this does give me a good chance to reference one of the most like cool things, I think, somewhat, I don't want to call it profound, but very useful things PV ever wrote in his strategy articles. And PV is the best like strategy content writer by miles and miles, in my opinion. He wrote an article called, or a part of an article, that one of the concepts was basically better to make 2 mistakes the opponent can see than 1 they can't. And this would be a perfect example of it. The right play this turn was to do what I did pre-combat with the Gretchen to put the counter on the Windseer to not miss a point of damage. But if you teleport me into this game of Magic post-combat, the right play is still to put the counter on the Windseer, right? So don't not choose to put the counter on the Windseer because you missed a point of damage. Like, I should have done it pre-combat, but I would rather my opponent realize I made a mistake, right, than make a second mistake, is the point. Better to make 1 mistake your opponent sees than 2 they don't, right? I think I missaid that before, but that was the actual quote. And it's really true. And people do this a lot, I think. The best thing you could ever do if you want to be a competitive strategy gamer is check your ego at the door. We all make so many mistakes. So, I should have put the counter on the Windseer pre-combat. I forgot I was going into a dungeon and getting that ability. I'll do it post-combat. My opponent knows I screwed up. Oh well, the counter's where I want it, right? The counter's where it's best for me to have it. Okay, so what are we doing now? They didn't do anything. They've got their cave up, so this thing turns into a 3/4 flyer. So it can't block our 4/4 flyer. I don't see what we're trying to accomplish on the ground. First and foremost, I'm just going to attack with the flyer while I have spoils up, see what they do. I'm not actually sure that I'm going to get to play a creature this turn. So this turn, it wasn't a mistake. The reason is because if they do have a trick, I'm going to spoils, and then I'm... Oh, no, I already activated Wizard's Class. No, maybe I should have done pre-combat. But whatever, I don't think that matters, right? Varus isn't attacking. It's not going to die in combat. Hey, nice call, whoever said they have the +1/+3. Now we can get that blowout. We were patient with our spoils, and we were rewarded. Assuming they don't have a second trick. Yeah, in that particular case, with the mistake thing I was talking about, which I didn't do a good job of articulating, but I wasn't thinking about before this turn, so I didn't prepare my thoughts on it at all. Basically, like, it's not about sunk cost fallacy. It's really more, I think, about people's ego. So what people will do there in person is not play, like, the creature or whatever, so the opponent doesn't realize they missed the counter, and the opponent never realizes they made a mistake. I'm not saying everybody does that. But I think, like, it's a pretty common thing, and, like, one of the best pieces of advice I'd give anybody is check your ego at the door. I've never played a day of Magic and not felt like I made a mistake, and I have 5 Pro Tour top 8s and I'm in the Magic Hall of Fame. Like, nobody plays perfect Magic. Nobody. So, it's okay if you make mistakes. It's okay if your opponent realizes you make mistakes. If your opponent makes fun of you for that, they're making mistakes too, and they're just not self-aware. So inside, you can be laughing at them because they're making fun of you for a mistake when they constantly make mistakes. So who are they really making fun of, right? Okay, so what can we do here? We can level up the Wizard's class. Doesn't seem great. I mean, it's powerful, but we have a lot better stuff to spend our mana on. Can we attack now? I still don't want to attack the Varus here. I mean, I could send the Direwolf Prowler. I guess if they want to double block it, they'll lose 2 creatures, so that's profitable. So I think we're sending the Windseer and the Direwolf Prowler. And then post-combat... Yeah, maybe I will just activate the Wizard's class. Because, I mean, getting any one of these bodies in play is not going to change much. And I do kind of want to prepare for the long game, I think. So I think this is... I don't expect this game to go long. Like, I'll probably close soon. But how are they going to win without, like, a sweeper or some massive swing or something? So, I mean, this is just a good trade for me. If they double block, I killed both creatures, and that's a mediocre creature. Oh, but if they... I didn't think they would actually make this block, or double block, obviously, because then I just get the free pump. But, okay, so they conceded. But... So I was thinking they would take the hit or chump block or whatever, and then I would get to activate the Wizard's class, but obviously they blocked, but cool. But yes, assuming they took the damage because they didn't have any good blocks on the Direwolf Prowler, then I would have activated the Wizard class post-combat, which I think was the right play that turn, even though we had a lot of options. Oh yeah, it was 100% right to put the counter on the Windseer. That was not in debate. I mean, the 3/4 was already in play, so it didn't involve a combat trick or anything. We just had a 3/3 flyer as our best by far attacker, and they had 1/3/4 flyer. So I mean, so we're on the play. We do have 9 islands, but this card's double blue. I probably have to mull this. I would keep it with 1 blue, 1 green for sure. I mean, if I was on the draw, I would keep this, but I think on the play, I have to mull this. All right, so this is obviously a keep. I think we just put back Pixie Guide. I mean, it's cool that we have the die rolling card, but Pixie Guide is just worse than the Basilisk by a good amount. And I don't need the help with the die rolling on the Troll. We'll just grind slower or whatever. I mean, we're definitely not going to put back a land. That would be absurd. The Troll is the only really powerful card in our hand. So I think we pretty clearly are putting back whichever of the 2/2 we think is weaker. The only real question is which. I think it's a pretty close call between the Pixie Guide and the Basilisk. We're on the play. Like, you can't put back a land here on the play. Like, I basically think putting the 3 lands, the Conjurer and the Troll, are just auto keeps. We have 2/2. We're on the play. We just put back our weaker 2-drop. Which one is pretty close, but my intuition says the Pixie Guide. But that could be wrong. But if I'm wrong here, the right card to put back is the Basilisk. With a very high degree of confidence, you're not putting back something besides one of the 2-drops out of this hand. Yeah, I'm going to call it Basilisk. My first set playing Magic way back in 1964 was Revised, and Thicket Basilisk was one of, like, the key cards. And, like, so I've been calling it Basilisk since before a lot of the viewers here were even born. So if you think you're going to change that mispronunciation, I'm going to have to inform you that it's probably not going to happen. Revised, McAtee. Revised. That's the 3rd or 4th, like, core set. I guess it's the 4th, Alpha Beta Unlimited. But Revised came out a long time ago. Okay, so same deal as last time. This is a round and even trade, but since I have a 2/3 to block their 2/2, the attack is pretty much a free roll. If they block, okay, evenish trade. If they take it, we sneak in a point of damage. Now, if I had spoils in my hand, I might not make a trade like that, because then I have a reason to not make an evenish trade, right? Because then I want to keep that creature around because I can spoils their best creature with it. I've owned very little power in my life. Not none, but very little. I won a Lotus tournament at a local store and then traded it a few weeks later for, like, a stack of standard cards that were worth the same amount at the time. Just a fair trade. My mom got me a Time Twister, an unlimited played Time Twister for Christmas one year when I was, like, 14 or something. They were like $80 at the time or something, so it wasn't, like, crazy, but they, it's not nothing. And, my parents don't have a lot of money, and that was a nice Christmas gift. And then I won a Mox in the beta draft. In Vegas in 2018, for those who don't know, they had these qualifiers to get to play in a beta draft, and the qualifiers were Dominaria. You can't make this stuff up. So, of course, in one of the most skill-intensive, skill-rewarding formats of all time, 3 of the 8 single elimination qualifiers over the course of that week were won by Martin Yuza, LSV, and me. And then some of the other ones were good people too, you just probably haven't heard of, but, like, Tim Rivera is, like, one of the people who won one. He's quite good. Yeah, so that was really cool. So then I got to play in a beta draft. And then I, of course, opened Underground Sea and Mox Emerald because, I saved my luck for the best spots. Okay, so. And yeah, it was a played unlimited Time Twister, but it was nice. I was super happy because I played a lot of control, so I got to put that in, like, a blue control deck with counters and stuff. It was super sweet. Okay. Each creature gets +2/+0 for each equipment attached. They already have one. No, that's not equipment. So we want to be aggressive, because this is a card, Eye of Vecna, that can let them draw cards at will in the late game, but at the cost of 2 life per. So I think here, I'm Charm Sleeping this Battle Hammer, so I can hit for 5 and just continue the beatdown. Because if I don't Charm Sleep this, I don't even really want to trade Varus for it, as good of a creature as it is. So I think, like, we want to be aggressive. I'm not really that worried that their 5-drop's going to be better than this Battle Hammer. So this looks like a good turn to just use Charm Sleep. What is this thing? Hexproof, you have it, I don't care. Fighter class. When fighter class is about to life for equipment, okay. Equips cost 2 less. Whenever creature control attacks up to... seems fine. I mean, it replaces itself with equipment for 2 mana, but this doesn't seem like a very strong card. You have to sink a lot of mana into this before you get good value out of it. Seems pretty unimpressive. I haven't seen this card before, like fighter class, but it seems pretty unimpressive to me. Okay, so we can attack with both and play the Arcane Investigator, or we can attack with just Varus. and play the Windseer. I want to hit land drops and curve into this Troll Herd Gorger, so I think it's worth playing the Windseer. Now, I'm not afraid to attack with the Varus here. I don't know that there's tricks they're going to have for one red, but there might be something. So I'm going to play the creature pre-combat, because obviously I can't do anything in combat. I think this time it's a pretty clear Fan Delver. I want lands, but I might still have to put that on top. That just kills their blocker and then lets me keep attacking, right? I can draw lands later. That's just got to go on top. Oh, and then I can attack, but I just played the creature first, just in case they have something unexpected. Revised actually came out in 94, not 64, for anybody who didn't know I was joking there. I think Magic, like, started around, like, early 93. You know, I don't know when Garfield started dreaming it up, but September 94 is, like, when I started playing, and that was revised. Also 6th grade, if you want to know how ancient I am. Summer 93 in Gen Con. There you go. The few people more old school than me seem to know what's up. So I started about a year later. I started pretty much right away when I started 6th grade in the fall of 94. Like, basically in my 5th grade class, nobody had a Magic card. And in my 6th grade class, a bunch of people had them. I don't know where they got them, but it spread pretty solidly through, like, the, you know, gifted program at Nova Middle in 6th grade. Like, almost everybody quit except me, but, you know, like, it's like 6th grade and, like, a lot of people played. Then, of course, as people moved on with their life, you know, and then I just played Infinite Magic because I thought it was amazing and I got addicted. Okay, so Charm Sleep on the 7/4, so we can beat down with everything. Seems almost automatic. This doesn't seem like a hard turn. Oh, no, it has Ward. Can I pay it? Whoa. What is the Ward? 1. So yes, but I need to Clever Conjurer first. Well, that was almost really bad. Still worth it. The one, you know, just cost me 2 damage. But yes, that would. I'm not sure, but you probably have to untap the land first. You probably can't do it like mid-pay the 1. So that was almost really bad. So how did you first hear about Magic? Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, Tahiti, because it was an international Pro Tour pretty quickly. Obviously, it was, like, America-centered at first, but there was, you know, Europeans, Asians, everybody playing in the game, like, pretty quickly, so it makes sense that it spread like wildfire all around the globe, which also doesn't surprise me because it's just the best game of all time, and that's still the case in my opinion, but for 1993 and 4, I mean, forget about it. That's pretty cool, Isaiah. See, that's, for anybody who sees me rail against a lot of OP's choice and stuff, this is the thing they don't realize. Think about what games you started playing in 1995 and you're still playing today, right? Like, lifetime customers have so much value for a game because not only do you buy year after year, but you spread the game. Somebody who picks up a new thing and drops it 6 months later, they probably don't teach their friends to all play it. They probably don't, you know, teach their significant others to play it. They probably don't, you know, they don't spread it throughout their life. It's just a thing they pick up and then stop 3 or 6 months later, and maybe they tell a few people about while they're playing. Magic players love Magic, play for life, and then spread the game a bunch. And I don't think WotC realizes that, like, you know, that's a lot more valuable. I mean, they realize to a degree, but I just think they're overvaluing, like, short-term profits and acquisitions over, like, lifetime dedication from your customers. Alright, so we'll play the 2-drop before the 1-drop, just in case we can attack. That's really cool, Mads Mexico. Okay, so we can play one of these 2-drops or spend 3 on Wizard's class. I mean, look, we miss a point of damage if we Wizard class instead of the 2-drops, but we can double 2-drop next turn. So I think that's a pretty clear choice. Do we miss 1 damage to get to use 3 mana instead of 2 on turn 3? Yeah, probably. Okay, I mean, we're not going to want to use Gretchen until a little later anyway, I don't think, so this is pretty easy. Play the other 2/2-drops. This hand actually kind of curves perfectly. Next turn we can activate Wizard class, then we can play Gretchen and use it, get a +1/+1 immediately. So, unless we draw cards that change that, this hand is actually almost scripted, right? Turn 5, turn 6, turn 7, we just use all our mana and get the most out of all of our cards. This is one of those hands that, like, plays itself. I mean, use 4 mana on the 2/2-drops on turn... Wizards class level 2, turn 3. 2/2-drops, turn 4. Wizards class, turn 5. Turn 6, we play Gretchen and use it for Wizards class. Turn 7, Purple Worm. Don't mind if we do. So I'll pump the flyer and just leave the Basilisk back to block the ground creature. That white common removal, it does 5 to an attacker, but it looks like they're splashing white, so they probably don't have that. I don't think there's too many commons they could have that are super relevant. An uncommon power would kill Works, of course. That'll kill anything. I'm just going to keep pumping the guide because the Basilisk is staying home to block the Beast and the 1/1, and the guide can attack profitably. For now. I'm not going to go all in on the 1 card. I'll probably pump it like 1 more time or something. Works for me. If you're planning to bounce it, it's a free roll, but I'll take this trade. Okay, if they have something, I don't think attacking changes anything, so we're going to try and attack. Post-combat, I'm not really that worried about playing the Purple Worm cheaper. I think we just get out our biggest creature. Guess I do want to play the land, because we're 1 land away from double spelling. That's 8, and these cards cost 9. I would often hold a land in this spot, just for discard protection, but I don't want to draw a land next turn and not be able to play both of these, so I think it's actually pretty valuable. I guess better to grow the flyer than the already enormous ground creature that can't attack profitably into the Fangblade. Though I'm probably still going to attack, I think, because that's just going to clear the way for the Herd Gorger. This is probably the biggest trade down in the history of Purple Worm. I mean, I could play the Direwolf and give it haste and attack with both, and then I could still play the Conjurer. Okay, that looks good. I'll do that. Yeah, I love Direwolf Prowler, by the way. I love this card. People think too much short term, like, oh, it doesn't hit hard on turn 3. Okay, but it's a 3-drop that's just a good card at any point in the game. If you play it on turn 3, you use your 3 mana on 3, and that can always attack and block on turn 4 and 5 because you have the threat of pumping. And in the late game, it's a 4/4 haste. So it's like, imagine if your 3-drop inside your deck, because Tela, like, I don't know the word for this, it wouldn't be Tela, but transmorphed or whatever into a 4/4 haste. How much value does that card have? That it's a 3-drop on turn 3, and then once you're on like turn 5 or 6, it just magically turned into a 4/4 haste. That's a good card. That's what I'm looking for out of my 2 and 3 drops in Limited. That they're functional in the mid to late game. That they're not blanks once the board gets a little cluttered. Yeah, but that wouldn't be amazing without the pump on the 3-mana 2/2, right? Because the 3-mana 2/2 doesn't do anything. But also remember, CO-Chan, it has the pump. So it's a 3-drop that, like, sure, you miss 1 point of damage on turn 4 from what most 3-drops would do. But it still can attack into a 3/3. It can still trade with a 4/4 on turn 6 if you played it on turn 3. It is not barely a card on turn 3. On turn 4, you attack, and they can't block because you'll pump, and then they take 2, and most 3-drops would attack for 3, so you miss 1 point of damage, basically, on turn 4, and then after that, you can start pumping it, or you miss 1 more point of damage on turn 5, and then you can start pumping it. Okay, so anyways, what do we do with this Wizards class counter? They have a 4/3 reach. We don't really want to pump our 5/7 anymore, so I guess the Direwolf. And then if they want to block the Direwolf and kill it, they have to lose the Drider plus a 1/1. I think I'm cool with that. So it looks like we'll send the Flyer and the Direwolf. Clearly we can't send the Conjurer. They'll probably just chump the Direwolf with like the 1/1 token, I think. I think since we're pretty far ahead, I'm going to play the Troll, but not the Gorger. Obviously, I know the Gorger does more, but the Troll's recursive and the Gorger's not. So just in case they have a sweeper, this feels like the right play to me. I untap the Forest in case I want to pump the Prowler, just if they deal, like, you know, -3/-3 to everything or something like that. How could I possibly miss lethal? I'm not saying it's impossible, but neither of the cards in my hand had haste. I don't know how I can lethal them there. Did I have a magic pump in the middle of combat I didn't see? Wolf get trample? I don't think so. Just haste. +2/+2 and haste. Oh, yeah, that rare is nice. The green werewolf rare, yeah. That one does get trample. But yeah, no, Direwolf just gets haste. There are cards, yeah, like Orcus. At least they have to pay 5 instead of 3 or whatever. Like, I'm not saying it was some kind of huge deal. Okay, I don't really want to trade the Investigator for the 1/1 flyer, and they have Trick Mana up, so this is pretty easy. We'll just cast Prowler and then pass. Hey, thanks, Teledel. I appreciate the compliment. You know, that's what I go for. If you're new to my content, this is what you'll get. You know, if you're looking for someone to race through the games and to be like, that was an amazing turn, and like jump out of their chair, I'm not the guy for you. If you want somebody who's going to try and break everything down to the best of their ability, explain what's going on, how you make decisions in Magic, why the cards are good and bad, I don't get everything right. Nobody does, but that's what I'm always trying to accomplish. Okay, so again, I still don't want to trade the Investigator for the Raven, but if they want to do any sort of blocking on the Prowler, it's not going to work out well for them, so this turn's easy. Send the Prowler and cast one of the Windseers. Yeah, I just want a second Hypnotoad. Obviously, I couldn't catch all of them while playing, but I'm pretty good about reading the chat while I'm playing. And, like, it was pretty cool seeing everybody type those stories about how you first started in Denmark and France at the local store and this place and this year and all of that. That was actually that was totally on plan and kind of cool. So thanks, everybody, for sharing that. Definitely want a +1 Hypnotoad there. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. 2 1/1 flyers, a 2/2. Okay, they have no good block on the Windseer or the Prowler, and I'm not sending the Investigator, so this looks fairly easy. If I played the other Prowler and gave it haste to attack with it, that would be fine, but then I'd have to run this Prowler into the Trickster without the ability to pump it. I don't even really want to do that. So I think we just send Windseer and the pumpable Prowler and see what goes on here. Thank you, the me Gabby 64. I probably messed up your name a little there, but I do appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who does subscribe. Like I said, and because I know I say that from time to time, I really do greatly appreciate all the subscriptions. I mean, Magic does not make a lot of money, Magic content, and I love doing it, and I appreciate the support for it. Just because I've been talking about playing more poker because I actually needed the money for house and stuff, I don't want anybody to donate for that reason. You know, but by all means, I want to be clear, if you love my content and you want to see more of it, or you want to thank me for it, or you want to support it, by all means, please do donate. I just would never want people to think like I'm having trouble paying the bills, so I need donations. If I was, I would ask potentially, but I'm not, and that's not the case. But by all means, thank you to everybody who does support my content. I do really appreciate you. Okay, so let's see. What are we going to do now? Direwolf, give it haste attacks, kind of the same as last turn. We won't have 2 to pump. They left 5 up. What are the instants that they're going to have? Because if they have nothing, we just win, right? Like, what are they representing here? Yeah, I've got my Giant Legends cup right here. It's on Sweet Iced Tea. This is the sports bar my girlfriend works at, and I just ate right before the stream, hung out with her a little bit right as she started her shift, and then came into stream. So Fireball just kills one big creature, right? I mean, I don't really want to air Cult Elemental either of those. Thank you, Apocalypse Gymnastics. Appreciate the subscription. No, it's on sweet tea. It's on sweet tea. I drank sweet tea my whole childhood, but then in my mid-20s, I started gaining weight, and I realized I had to make some changes, and I switched on sweet tea. Obviously, I liked sweet tea better. The first time I ever drank on sweet tea, I thought it tasted like poison, like literally. Not that I know how poison tastes, but that's how I envisioned it. But like most things, you just get used to it if you stick with it. All right, so they didn't block, so we'll pump and... No, I could just draw cards. That seems better, right? I know we're on the aggressive, but they might have a sweeper. They're doing very little. This is an instant, right? Yeah, I'm just going to draw a card. If they don't do anything. Obviously, if they kill one of these, then I'll probably play another creature. But if they're just going to sit around, like... Look at this. They're chump blocking. I'll just draw cards. Oh, bounce the Jin to free it up. Yeah, no, that's a better play, actually. You're right. Before the Ray of Frost, the right play would have probably been to activate the Investigator. Now the right play is to play the Air Cult Elemental to bounce the Windseer. You're 100% right. Good job as usual, chat. I shouldn't give you too much credit, because this is one of the rare nights where I think I've been right like 2 or 3 times, and the chat mostly has been on my case incorrectly. But you are correct. This turn, the optimal play was by far to Air Cult Elemental to Windseer. It doesn't really expose me to Wrath much more, because, I mean, look, the Air Cult frees up the Windseer, but, like, I could have had the Air Cult in the hand. But, like, basically, it doesn't expose me to, like, a sweeper much more, and it lets me use my mana and all of that. That was a clear right play for that turn. So... You win that round, chat. You win that round. Yeah, I mean, I don't have 0 sugar red eye, but I drink, like, my cold brew in my fridge. I don't put sugar in, just half and half. At Starbucks, I do the vanilla sweet cream, which sounds like it would have more calories than it does. It has some. Like a grande, what is that, like 20 ounces is like 110 calories, so less than a can of soda. And not that that's, the benchmark for healthy. And I drink unsweet tea all the time. I never drink sweet tea. But it's not because I don't like sweet tea or I don't like sugar. It's because that's what I had to do to stabilize my body weight, so I just did it. Believe me, it was like I said, the first 10 times I drank on sweet tea, I was like, what is this garbage? Get out of my mouth. But eventually you just get used to it. Nicely done, throwing bows. Nicely done. Oh yeah, you're right, Aardvark. Almost for sure, because Venti sounds like 20 in Italian or some language, probably. Yeah, and don't think I've been playing this little that I'm actually platinum or whatever. I've been playing a lot more on mobile, because the reason I'm not streaming is I'm not home and I don't have time. I'm at the casino playing poker. I don't always play Magic while I play poker, because I do play poker worse. But obviously I wanted to play the new set, so I've been taking a lot of breaks, and I've been playing on my phone a little. But I play on a different account when I play on mobile. I have like one secret account and then Benas. So like I've been playing on my other account. So this hand I chose to keep. The reason being I have the blue lands and the Windseer, so even if I draw an island, I should be able to find a forest after that. I know it's a slow hand, but I'm on the play. I don't really have that many double green cards. Like if I scry up one island, I can cast my whole hand. I think this was really close, but I think it is right to keep this on the play. The secret account name? Oh, it's if I told you, then I'd have to kill you. Numbers 666. Alright, so I'm at the bottom of the green spell, top the forest. Obviously, we'll want more lands. Cases are spiking here, but listen, I mean, this would take too long to talk about in detail, obviously. I mean, I hope that not another person alive dies of COVID. I don't wish that on anybody. But basically, at this point, you can go to any pharmacy and get the vaccine in South Florida for free if you want, very conveniently. So, like, people who are choosing to not get vaccinated are basically the ones outbreaking. And my heart goes out to them, of course. But, like, the not masking and stuff, like, you can just be vaccinated. Like, it's a choice. Ben S2, yeah, nobody would ever figure that out. To be clear, I'm talking about in South Florida. I recognize all over the world, every country has like different amounts of vaccination access and all of that. What I just said is strictly for South Florida. I mean, I think it applies to most of the US. There might be problems in some rural areas or something. I don't know, with vaccine sites and all of that. But I can tell you that in like the South Florida suburbs, if you want to be vaccinated, you're vaccinated. Like you could literally drive up to like any Publix or whatever, any place and just be like, vaccinate me, and they do it for free. So the people who are not vaccinated, I mean, listen, your choice. I respect you. I'm not one of those people who demonizes others, to each their own. But you can't expect public policy to be based on their choice to not get vaccinated. Like, what did I do wrong? I played Prowler over like some 2-drops. I don't really want to activate Gretchen yet. I guess I could have played Basilisk because it's a better blocker, but it would have used 1 less mana. Okay. So I think I don't want to pump the Prowler. This looks pretty easy. I'll just attack with the Flyer and play my 2 creatures. So let's see. This is the one when it dies, it goes into the dungeon, not when it connects. Where are they in the dungeon? Like, do I care about this? Where's their dungeon? You can look at the opponent's dungeon, right? But they haven't dungeoned a single time. I guess I could double block, but it's pretty risky because if they have removal and they have 1,000 cards in hand, yeah, I can't really double block. Not really sure what to do right now. I play 2/5 no limit. Yeah, so what is the block here? I mean, I could block and double block because I have a lot of ammo in my hand, including card drawing. But I think there's a very good chance they're going to have a removal. I also kind of want to untap with the Conjurer so I can play the Herd Gorger because I don't have double Forest. So I don't think I want to double block. I think it's just a question of putting the Basilisk on the 4 power or the 3 power. They get to go in the dungeon, but I'm not sure that really matters. They're not continuously activating the dungeon, playing mono black with no other black creatures out. I mean, with no other dungeon cards out. I think I'll just keep my life total up as much as I can from here and trade the Basilisk for the 4 power creature. Yeah, good point. The 0/4 can block the 3/4. But also so can the Herd Gorger, right? If I untap with the Conjurer, I play Herd Gorger. I mean, they'll probably kill it, but I'll get the 3 life, fogging their next attack, and see what happens after that. I appreciate all the support. Everyone always says good to have you back and stuff. I've been streaming every Thursday, and I'm trying to work in Tuesday streams because that's my next latest day right now. But like I said, I appreciate the support. I do feel loved and wanted. I'm not going anywhere. I've got a lot going on right now, but I definitely will be streaming more in the future. I can promise that. I'm not going back on my old schedule. I'm not promising specifics, but promise I'm not going anywhere, and I promise there'll be more streams. I'm not necessarily going to be able to stream next Tuesday or not, whatever, but you get the point of what I'm saying. Okay, so what are they doing? They're going in the dungeon, whatever. So we have Air Cult, Elemental, or Herd Gorger. I really want to play Herd Gorger because if the Conjurer ends up dies, if I draw Forest, I have to draw Forest to play Herd Gorger, whereas I can already play Air Cult. So I'm pretty far incentivized to play Herd Gorger over Air Cult Elemental here. It's bigger than everything, but what are my blocks going to look like if it dies? Really horrendous. And they probably have removal since they have 5 cards in hand. And given my hand's powerful, but the life totals are 18 to 8, I think I got to stop attacking here. I know I'm going to 11, but like if I hit with the Flyer and they kill this Herd Gorger, I'm just taking 6 down to 5. Now if they kill the Herd Gorger, I can just double block the 3/5, which is a profitable trade for me. If they send just the 3/4, I can double block that and take 0. So I think we pretty clearly have to hold back the Windseer this turn. I'm an aggressive, risky Magic player, but I mean, it's 18 to 8 and we have a good hand. Also, if they don't answer this, Hill Giant, we're in really good shape. Because I can Air Cult Elemental, their biggest toughness blocker, or the Death Touch creature. So we almost want to play as though they're going to kill it. Because if they don't kill it, we're probably going to win anyway. Hey, thanks for the raid, Sean. Hope you had a good stream. Really appreciate it. I'm rooting for CP3, but I won't be sad to see the Bucks win, especially after that great press conference speech Giannis gave that I shared on Twitter. That was, like, amazing. That might be the single most profound, like, interview I've ever heard a basketball player give in my entire life. And that's not to knock basketball players. A lot of them are very smart and say a lot of really smart things. I've just been, like, watching basketball forever. It's been my favorite sport since I was a small child. And that's the best, like, advice I've heard given in, like, a post-game interview or an interview, like, ever. It's just, like, it was so good. All right, so now I'm going to double block. Maybe they have something, maybe they don't. Hopefully not. I mean, it's like a 45-second clip, but, like, I had never exactly thought about it that way. I do try and live similarly, but I had never thought about it the way Giannis articulated it. And, like, it was just perfect. It was just like, yeah, that's exactly what it is and how it makes sense. And thinking about it that way makes sense. And it's great advice and it's actionable. It's obviously not easy to implement, like, perfectly. But I would definitely check out this clip from Giannis. I shared it on Twitter. If you scroll a little bit back and you find the clip, or if you just Google search, like, Giannis post-game, like, pride, ego, things like that, I'm sure it'll come right up. But it was a really good clip, and it's not about basketball. It's about, like, life and, like, competing, and obviously for him, that's because of basketball, but it applies to Magic and just lots of other things in life pretty much exactly. And, I mean, I think it was just, like, a brilliant clip. I mean, if any of the mods are there and they want to share it, but if not, just Google, like, Pride, Ego, Giannis, and it'll come right up, I'm sure. Okay, so what are we doing here? We can bounce the 3-4, look at another drain. That's probably not worth it. We just bounce the 3-5. On board, the 4-4 actually stops all their creatures, so we don't necessarily have to play the Air Cult Elemental. I could definitely go Gretchen, untap the Forest, and then I have the Direwolf pump to stop them from attacking, and then the Gretchen activation if they don't. So that looks pretty good. It's not like there's any amazing bounce right now. Although, to be fair, I could do all of this after the Air Cult Elemental, so unless they're going to place something better, I probably should just bounce the 3-5 and not fall behind on board, and then make these same Gretchen plays next turn. Like, I'm not advancing my board, so it's not a great time for a tempo play, but I have 2 card drawing cards in hand, so assuming they don't make me discard, I'd just rather not fall further behind. I'm just going to start drawing a bunch of extra cards soon. Believe me, I know we talk basketball briefly from time to time, and I know most people out there are probably not basketball fans. I wouldn't be endorsing this or asking people to post this clip if it was about basketball. It really applies to competitive gaming perfectly, and to a lot of things in life, like, very well. Yeah, I probably should have played the Wizard class on tapping with the Conjurer. I mean, if they kill the Air Cult, then I don't have a double block on the spawn, so it costs me 3 damage. So it really comes down to how valuable, like, spending that mana is, and if you script your next turn or two, like, you could maybe figure out whether it was right or wrong. I didn't even think about it. I won't pretend I did. But there is a cost to tapping the Conjurer, but it's not a huge one. So really, you'd want to think, like, a turn ahead, and whether you're likely to spend all your mana exactly, or whether you're going to have a spare mana on the following turn. Because right now, there's a small cost of tapping the Conjurer, but not a huge one. But I honestly didn't even think about it. I want to be clear. See, I have CBL open, so let me see why it's not working. I don't know what's up. I'm just, like, closing it and reopening it and that stuff. Let me know if CBL starts working. I just, like, closed it and reopened it. Okay, well, like I said, I'll take this double block, I guess. I'm not sure what they're up to. Maybe they just want to trade. I mean, this is a 4-4 and this untaps things, but... Especially don't mind these trades, because when they play that 3-5, I can't trade that turn. But also, I just want to keep life up, because I have all this card drawing. Okay, so ideally, we get the Wizard class going before we start drawing cards with Gretchen, but what's more important is really using our mana. If we play Wizard's class, pay 3, that's 4, and then we have, what, 7, so we have 3 left, so we can play Gretchen. Or we can play Gretchen, activate it, and play Wizard's Class, so that just seems better. And Gretchen can block the 1/1, so just going to attack, now that they don't really have threats out anymore. I just restarted it. I mean, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work perfectly. Should we draw the card now? Yeah, I don't think it matters, but actually I think the answer is probably no, because if they have discard, we'd rather draw into their turn, right? We can't, it's not going to change our play. We're going to have 1 mana left. Well, thanks for letting me know about CBL. I mean, like, literally I had it open, but I just closed it and restarted it, so maybe there was some kind of minor update or something. Y'all know computers are still magic boxes that output lights and sounds to me. Alright, so let's see. We can activate Wizard's Class twice. I mean, or we can activate Gretchen. We'd want to use Gretchen more than Wizard's Class, because it's more likely our creature will leave play before the enchantment. And we can only activate the enchantment once, but we can activate this as long as it's in play. But we also want to get Wizard's Class to level 3, so we can start putting +1/+1 counters on things. So we have things pulling us in both directions. Like, if not for, like, this particular ability, like this level 3, you would almost always want to use your creature to draw cards, because when this dies, then we still get our 2 cards off Wizard Class. But now we're incentivized to use the Wizard Class first also. And we can use all 8 mana perfectly. So I think I'm just going to double Wizard's Class this turn. Most likely. Obviously, if I'm not going to, you're never committing to the next second play, you're just planning your turn. But I think to start getting the counters, to get the extra card, I think this is right. It's definitely pretty close. It's alright, Sean. I think it's, like, pretty balanced and, like, the games are fine. But I think it's also, like, the mechanics are, like, not that, like, skillful. And, like, the creatures and set is pretty vanilla. Like, you just put some stuff out. Like, try and hit and venture the dungeon. It really feels like one of the least, the least complex sets ever, basically, in recent times. For sure. But it's still fairly fun. I mean, it's draft, new cards. Like I said, I feel like you can draft any colors and all that. Alright, hopefully, can't deal it +1, but I'm definitely blocking. Yeah, no, I get it's a core set. I'm not super hating on them for that. No, yeah, it's a core set, totally. No problem. And listen, let me be fair to WotC. Strixhaven and Call Time and Zendikar Rising are, like, very complex sets. All 3 of those sets were, like, super complex. So, I mean, if they wanted to take off and try and introduce new players with the core set, and they're going to go back to giving us extremely complex sets with the next base set, I'm all for it. No problem. Like, there's been a lot of valid things to complain about out of card design and stuff for the past few years, mostly for Constructed. Booster Draft has been fantastic, and if they want to make, like, a D&D well-themed kind of simple core set to try, as the core set of the year, and then we get back to sets like, Call Time and Zendikar, which I liked a lot, and Strixhaven, which I didn't like a lot, but was still a very complex set with complex mechanics. If they want to get back to all that, next set, we're good. I've got no complaints. Alright, so let's see. I'm obviously not attacking with Gretchen, so it's either play the Worm or Charm Sleep. Guess I'll just play the Worm. I mean, well, sorry, if I play the Worm, I can attack with Gretchen, but I probably still shouldn't. If they do kill the Worm, I want to block the 3/5, not take an extra 3. But basically, the point was, do I want to Charm Sleep the 3/5 and use Gretchen, or do I want to play the Worm? I think I want to play the Worm here. It's really big. Plus, if they kill Gretchen to stop me from drawing cards, they still have an 8/7 in play. Then I can just Charm Sleep the 3/5 and start beating down. Yeah, this is a good set to get back in. But I mean, like, if you know how to play Magic, any set is a good set to get back in. What I would say more specifically, this is a good set to teach somebody Magic. Like, if you were like, if your, like, significant other was always interested in Magic, but it seemed kind of complex and they weren't sure if they wanted to learn, you're a lot better off trying to teach a new player Magic using this set than you are using, like, Call Time or whatever. So, like, that would be the real answer. I mean, obviously, any time's a good time to get back in. If you're a Magic player, you can play a complex set. Maybe you'll play it a little better, a little worse, but you can handle the complex mechanics. But this is a good set for, like, teaching somebody new or taking somebody who's played a few times and watched you at the local store a little bit but doesn't really play. This would be a good time for that. All right, so they have a Death Touch creature, but I'm going to Charm Sleep it. That said, does the 8/7 really need to get bigger? Actually, yes, right? Because if I grow it a little bit, it might change the clock by 1 turn. So I'm going to grow the Purple Worm because I'm going to end up attacking with it here. Charm Sleep up the Death Touch creature. Hey, we got a Yellow Hat raid. It's not every day you get raided by a Hall of Famer, and it's definitely not every day you get raided by a Hall of Famer who beat me in my first Pro Tour top 8 back in 1996. No, it was actually in 2004. Thanks for the raid, Gabe. Really appreciate the support, and I hope you had a good stream. Okay, so what are we doing now? We are going to attack with the Purple Worm, but what else are we doing? We can Charm Sleep and Direwolf. It's not bad. Do we really want to Charm Sleep the 3/5? No, and that seems unnecessary. If they kill the Direwolf Prowler, we still got the Gretchen back to block. So we're just going to attack with the Purple Worm and play the Direwolf, I think. It's not the most efficient use of our mana, but we're not really at that point in the game here. Like, we're attacking with a 9 power creature and playing things, and we're at 6. So my top priority with this many mana out right now and the life totals and the pressure level of this game is not using all my mana anymore. Using all your mana is one of the most valuable things in the world on turn 2, 3, 4. But with 8 mana out, 1 card in hand, and at 6 life, I'm more interested in maximizing the board and attacking with the 9/8 right now. So spewing 3 mana with a Gretchen out, not necessarily right, not optimal. It certainly could not be optimal, but I really do need to put out another blocker, and I really don't want to Charm Sleep a 3/5 that I don't want to stay in play forever, or a 2/3 vanilla creature. So, I mean, I think this is right, but I'm definitely paying a real cost in not using 3 mana. So what is this? Makes things unblockable. How much power? 3 or less? That's rough. So they can put me to 3 with the zombie this turn. But I can Charm Sleep it, and then next turn 2 isn't 3, so if they don't have a way to deal that extra on, this could be tight. Obviously, I'm not killing them this turn, but the turn after, they're going to have to pull some work to survive, potentially. What set is similar to this? That's a fine question. I mean, this is basically like a core set. I would say this... It doesn't play that similar to the super grindy one that I really like M20, but this plays pretty similar to like M21 or some of the other core sets. It just like a lot of vanilla creatures, blocking wasn't that hard. Like there were core sets back in the day with like infantry veteran and stuff that like blocking was really hard, but like this just plays like most of the recent core sets, I would say. I was kind of assuming they were mono black. At this point, with 7 swamps in play, like, I really doubt they're missing a second color. I mean, they may have a light splash or something, but I'm not assuming this opponent's 9/8. I've been assuming they're mono black and can cast the cards in their hand. They also have 2 treasures, so it's almost inconceivable that they'd be holding cards they couldn't cast. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't do anything about this, obviously. Like, what are you going to do? I've got my mana up and a card in hand. Maybe they don't go for it. But if they played Thieves' Tool, like, they recurred a Drain, like, I can't do anything here. We are dead. It was a good game, though. They're vanilla-ish, Alex Embers, because, like... So if a creature's ability is when this attacks, roll a die, half the time it gets +1/+0, half the time it gets +2/+0, that's still pretty much a vanilla creature. Not semantically, but like in function, in decision-making, and in-game play. And like a 3-mana 2/2 Death Touch is a vanilla creature to me. You know what I mean? Like creatures with interesting activated abilities, which plenty of the creatures have, are not vanilla creatures. But, like, you know, a lot of the creatures in this format are, like, 4-mana 2/5, venture to the dungeon when they connect. 3-mana 2/2 Death Touch, venture in the dungeon when they connect. 2-mana 2/2, if you are attacking with 6 power, get a +1/+1. Stuff like that plays vanilla, like, the vast majority of the time. I'm not trying to argue, like, semantics. I'm just saying, like, that's the way it plays out. All right, this 2-lander I'm obviously keeping. Hopefully we won't get our third loss here mana screwed, but with 3 2-drops and green and blue, there's no way we would ever mulligan this hand. Oh yeah, I mean, I think they hit the D&D flavor as like a 10, you know, like, because obviously this is a very different game than D&D, and as far as hitting the D&D flavor, I don't really know how you can do better than these mechanics. Hey, Ari, you can come up. You okay? Alright. So let's see. So we're attacking and playing our Clever Conjurer because it's a ramp creature and we want to get it out soon so we can use more mana. So this is Ari. They're really hard to tell apart. The easiest way is if they're yowling like that, it's Ari. Ariel and Lyra look almost identical. I call them the twins. Like, we have 4 cats. Pickles and Reptar are sisters, but they don't look that much alike. Ariel and Lyra are sisters, and they look almost identical. So I call Ariel and Lyra the twins. But there are 2 main ways to tell them apart. Ari never stops meowing. Like, obviously sometimes, but she meows a ton. Lyra, like, never meows. And then Lyra has a white tip on her tail. So if you do catch the tail, if it doesn't have a white tip, it's Ari. All right, let's see. We can attack and then play the 2 drops. That seems almost automatic. Not in a rush to get the 4/4 haste out when they have a 2/2 death touch, but I do want to block that thing, so this seems like a pretty easy turn. Ari, pick somewhere, girl. You can hang, just pick somewhere. All right, let's see. So we can play the Direwolf and give it haste, but they're almost certainly just going to block it with the Fang Blade. So that's not exciting. I think I would rather try and get them to trade with one of the Basilisk. The problem is, like, I don't have anything else to spend my mana on. So the lines for this turn are basically, we're going to attack with the Pixie Guide and at least 1 Basilisk. The question is, do we send the other Basilisk? And or do we play the Direwolf pre-combat, give it haste, and attack with everything? Or do we attack and then post-combat play the Direwolf? Hey, thank you for the 100-bit donation, Counter. Really appreciate the support. Also, Counterspell is my favorite Magic card. Who doesn't love countering things? I'm not sure what to do, though. The post-combat Wolf line, the pre-combat Wolf line. I'll be conservative. I'm just going to send the 1 Basilisk and play the Wolf post-combat. It's not a good trade. I don't really have anything else big. And I have the Cult Elementals to bounce a blocker or something at some point, so. I mean, I'm never really worried about Feign Death. That's the one that brings it back, right? Like, who really cares? They just get a +1/+1. Like, if I had, like, an army of 2/3s, I would worry about it. But all that's doing is trading with Basilisk or something. Like, it's not going to really do less than that. Well, I didn't get to play with Mana Drain too much, but I played, like I said, like, when I first started playing, like, control brews that I built, you know, that weren't good, obviously, and I played with Counterspell a lot. I don't think I ever had any Mana Drains in my entire life. Like, actually, I'm pretty sure. I mean, unless I temporarily owned one, you know, very briefly in mid-trading or something, I've never had a Mana Drain in a deck I played, I don't think, ever. So that's not a great target to bounce, but they have 2 cards in hand. We probably just bounce it, right? We're trying to win this game in the air. And if they play a big ground creature, the Basilisk can just hold back and block it. Well, I don't know what they have. They didn't play the creature, so presumably they're going to spend some mana. The 4-mana destroy creature is a sorcery, right? What do they have? -11, -11, you're right. Well, we'll attack, and then they'll probably play that on the 2/5 flyer, and we can slap down our 7/6 that we just luckily top decked like a pro. Eyes of the Beholder. Okay, no real decisions, just going to attack. Obviously, we're way ahead in the race. I don't think this Basilisk's going to do better than trading with Spoltragul this game, like I've been saying, so they can either take a point or make the trade. And this has positive value for us because we don't want them to be able to double block the Horde Gorger. So we force them to either make this trade now or take an extra one, and we're happy either way. And then, of course, the Herd Gorger and the Pixie Guide are attacking because they have profitable attacks. But I'm explaining the Basilic attack. Basically, if they trade, it makes it harder that they'll draw something that will allow them to double block the Herd Gorger, and if they don't, they take one. So it's good for us either way, basically. Champions of Kamigawa, Glenn CC. I really don't even open Magic Online anymore, but if somebody sees that Champions Draft is on there, shoot me a little message on stream or something so that I get a chance to not miss it and go on and do some drafts. What's up, Shotgun Steve? Yeah, I don't know if Mono Black's like a thing in this format. I haven't drafted a single mono-color deck. I've splashed a few times, but I pretty much just draft two-color decks. I just draft two, and sometimes I splash, sometimes I don't. I've drafted, like, a ton of different combinations. They all seem pretty much fine. But, like, you know, I just draft, like, whatever two colors together and just try and draft a decent curve and maximize those synergies a little bit. The reason I like Kamigawa the best is all the mechanics are amazing. Like, Splice and Soul Shift add abilities to the cards that make them, like, underpowered and then, like, more grindy and decision-oriented. I mean, those two anyway are amazing. Bushido's whatever, but it's not on that many cards, and it's like, you know, it's an aggressive mechanic, but it wasn't on very many cards or didn't particularly define the format much. And then also, it was just a really, like, grindy format. Like, I mean, this is only, like, slightly correlated, but I don't know if anybody played the, like, Champions Constructed block format, but that was literally, like, the grindiest constructed format of all time. Literally, one of the decks did nothing but, like, gain a few life, put an extra land in play, and recur over and over and over and again, and grind to win that way, and it was, like, the best deck in the format. And the limited format wasn't that, but it was very grindy. Like, you played long, good games, things died, there weren't very many broken rares, the mechanics are great. It's just all around just wonderful. Okay, so 3 mana for Direwolf Prowler, or 3 for Wizard's Class. I think this time I'll put out the Prowler. I don't want to start taking forward turn from that Reaper's Talisman. If I don't have anything else to do, I'll trade this Prowler for their Ghoul, no problem. So I think we want to try and slow them down before we draw cards. So let's draw now. I don't think we have any tap lands, but if we did or something, it would be important. Another one of the mistakes that I see a lot of people make, especially when I'm coaching, it's something that I correct a lot. People always play their land right when they draw a card. It doesn't matter most of the time, but imagine you have a card drawing like I just did, and you have a tap land in your deck. How bad would it have been if I had played Forest last turn, activated Wizard's Class, and then drawn a tap land and been unable to play it, instead of activating Wizard's Class, drawing my 2 cards, and then playing either the Forest I was already holding or the tap land I just drew? Especially if you have card drawing, but just in general, I think probably the thing that I correct the most in coaching is people tend to, like, play their land and then start thinking. And the right way to play Magic is to draw your card for the turn and then start thinking. I mean, you always are thinking, obviously, but look, you get new information. You want to plan from then. So, like, you know, draw your card like I just did, and that's when you tank and plan your turn. Don't draw a card, play a land, and then tank and plan your turn. Alright, obviously I'm not level 3ing my Wizard's Class to pump nothing. Put out that Loathsome Troll. I mean, look, we're pretty far behind, but remember, both of our 6-drops bounce a creature and gain 3. So I think this is about a 50-50 game. Talisman's really good, but our late game is incredible with our hand. They can't get Death Touch on defense to block the Worm. I could see this game going either way. So I'm just going to trade with their biggest creature, clearly. Mine's recursive, and of course I'm trying to slow them down. Okay, 6 mana. We definitely have to play one of the catch-up 6-drops, because, like I said, we're pretty far behind, but this is like a game that's very winnable. If they want to start going into grind mode, we have a lot of ammo, and if they want to try and, like, alpha, we have you know, we're at 16 effectively because we're going to gain 3 before we die, and this bounces a creature. So obviously we're on our back foot, but this is still a very winnable game, I think. The question is, what's the better play here? I could, like, Air Cult away one of the 1/1 tokens. Can do that later. I think the Hill Giant Herd Gorger, since they're out of cards, if they don't top a removal, it's a pretty good blocker. If they attack with one of these tiny creatures with, like, the equipment, I'll just take the hit this one turn. I mean, I do want to start blocking those, but I think for this turn, this is going to be the most value we can get. Oh yeah, they made this card to troll us, because everybody calls 3/3 Hill Giant, because that was the original 4-mana 3/3 Hill Giant. So for sure they named it this to troll us, because this card could be called anything. It doesn't have to be called Hill Giant Herd Gorger. There's some kind of an inside joke, or some kind of like a flavor reason, or something like that. Okay, so they set one of their best creatures, so I'll make this slight trade down, no big deal. I wasn't going to trade the Herd Gorger for the 1/1s, obviously, but if they want to trade off the 4/3, that's a good trade for them. They did nothing wrong, but I'll block. So now, I guess we're just air colting a token. I mean, I don't think we really have choices. We're trying to stabilize. We're trying to run them out of creatures. I mean, the Talisman's a really good card. One of the best uncommons in the format. I haven't seen the data yet on this. I mean, I think it could be second to the Battlecry Goblin. I understand we're taking a lot of damage. I don't really have a choice. I'm hoping to run them out of creatures. I have a removal. They only have 2 creatures left, so they only effectively have 1 left. What if they just don't draw creatures, right? That's what we're hoping will happen. I'm not saying it's going to succeed. I'm saying that's what we're hoping for. Okay, so what I didn't want to have to do, though, is trade Purple Worm for the next attacker. But check out 17 lands. FCAD. Like I said, I know that sometimes I'm arguing like, oh, like the data says that, but it's still wrong. Like, and I stand by my position. I'm wrong sometimes, but I also the data saying a card has a better win percent doesn't mean the card is better. It's very complicated. But we should all be using the data to inform our decisions, like no question. At worst, it's like good clues. At best, it tells you the right answer. So I mean, you definitely want access to the 17 lands data. Okay, so like I said, we're not dead on board yet, but I'm going to have to trade Purple Worm for the next creature now, I guess, and then Charm Sleep the one after that. So be it. I mean, hey, Reaper's Talisman's a really powerful card. Like I said, I think this might be the second best uncommon in the set. But hopefully they won't cast anything. No creatures! No creatures! Yuck. Can we live? I don't know. This is already level 2. Going to level 3 doesn't do anything. We're probably dead. Yeah, Trample Death Touch made it a little too much. Even while running them out of creatures, we just took lethal. I think the Battlecry Goblin is the best uncommon. The thing is, though, like, the Reaper's Talisman's harder to answer, too. I mean, in terms of individual power level, the Battlecry Goblin is just, like, it's literally a 1-card, 2-drop machine. But it does die to a lot more things than the Reaper's Talisman, and the Reaper's Talisman is incredibly powerful. Alright, not a bad first draft. I think the deck was pretty good. I know we didn't get 7, but would we go like 4-3 or 5-3 or something? They're not required to attack with the early Goblin Rainfall. 5-3, not the worst. Yeah, the Trample 2 made it too much. Without the Trample, I think we might have stabilized that game, to be honest. I mean, look, I don't know if we would have won. It would have just came down to the next draws and stuff, but All right, like I said in the tweet, for those who saw it there, we're going to do 2 drafts tonight. So this is going to be the last one. Of course, we're just getting started in this one. I'm going to draft and play out the whole run, regardless of whether we go to 9 games or 3. Hopefully not 3. So we're going to do one more draft, this one, and play it all the way through. Druid class is kind of underwhelming. Like, I would have played it in a blue-green ramp deck like I just had, but I think it's a pretty underwhelming card. 1 mana, equip creature gets 2/0 Death Touch. 8 mana, that player loses. Oh, this card seems sweet. Because, I mean, Death Touch means all your little creatures can trade up, and then if they ever take a hit once you have 8, you win the game. This seems like a pretty sweet card. More of an A tier than an S tier, but pretty powerful. Divine Smite, this is the worst of the cycle by a lot. Phase Out is just not a playable card, so, I mean, this is only good versus black. Chaos Channeler is excellent. This is a card kind of like that 3/2 from Call Time or whatever. You get to like attack and then pay the 1 and trade it off and play another card. This one you just attack, trade it off, and play another card. So Purple Worm's good too. It comes out early sometimes. It's really fat. So I don't think there's any commons that are even close. I think this is a decision between Vorpal Sword, Chaos Channeler, and Purple Worm. Those are definitely the top 3. I don't know which is the best though. I really have no idea. I kind of want to play with the rare because I think it's probably pretty close between all 3. I would guess that it's probably Chaos Channeler that's the best. Vorpal Sword is second and Purple Worm in third. But I'm not going to get to play with this rare very often, and I think they're very close. So, and this card is super fancy, so I'm going to draft that. But if you would have took Chaos Channeler or Purple Worms, not a big mistake. And I think Chaos Channeler and Vorpal Sword, I would guess, are pretty close. And the Chaos Channeler may honestly be better. All right, so Feign Death, fine black trick, playable, nothing special. So I'm not going to take it. Barrowin looks pretty good, especially with an equipment. We kind of want to be black-white. Obviously, I'm not going to force black-white. I'll draft black-green, black-red, black-blue, whatever. But if the best card, if there's no black card to take, and the best card in the pack is a black-white-gold card, then we probably want to be taking it since that goes well with the sword, right? Otherwise, what? Pegasus, Evolving Wild. I mean, this just seems like Barrowin here. I mean, I don't think Barrowin's like busted, but it's a pretty good card, and I mean, if it's not that, like, what are we taking? We're taking, I don't know, nothing. This pack's quite bad. Valor Singer's fine. It's a very solid 3-drop. You're pretty much never cutting it. But I don't think it's, like, a great card. Displacer Beast I like a lot. Doesn't go particularly well with Vorpal Sword. It's more of a grindy, control-ish card. But blue-black in this format is a control deck because it, like, dungeons and grinds and all of that. But it does it with a lot of creatures. There's not, like, a lot of spells. Like, the control deck in this format is not, like, counters and instant or sorcery synergies. It's dungeon synergies. So, I don't actually mind. The Vorpal Sword might work out well on those 2/5 blue creatures, helping them get through. I mean, Drider is fine, but I think it's pretty underwhelming. Like, I think Drider is worse than it looks. Playable card, by all means. Half-Elf Monk's pretty good. Definitely worse than Displacer Beast, but if we want to stay on color, we could consider that. And I think Displacer Beast third. Blue might be open. I'm going to take that. I'm not going to miss the tapper. I'll still draft black-white if that's what's available. Let's just see what's there. This is a constructed card, right? Like, I don't think this is playable, like, virtually ever. Lightfoot's a good 2, but it's also a lot more fancy than it looks. This is what I'm talking about with vanilla. Look at this card. It's an uncommon. It looks like the fanciest thing in the world. It's a 2/1, and half the time it attacks as a 2/1 Death Touch. Half the time it attacks as a 3/1 Death Touch. But it's, like, the fanciest looking uncommon you've ever seen. Bar the Gate would be good for blue-black control. I also like Fangblade quite a bit in a blue-black. I think it's all pretty close. I think Fangblade is probably a little better than Lightfoot Rogue in blue-black. Lightfoot Rogue probably a little better than Fangblade in like a black-red. We obviously don't have colors yet, but it seems like we're seeing black. I think you could take either of those black cards, either the 2-drop black uncommon or the 3-drop black common. I think they're pretty close, depending on where we end up. Does look like more of a black-white seat than a black-blue seat, even though we're obviously not committed to white or blue at this point. So this thing is, again, super fancy. I mean, it's cool that they can't venture into the dungeon more than once a turn, but that doesn't stop much, and you have Hexproof Matters for constructed. Monk of the Open Hand is probably a little better than it looks. You don't play this card turn 1, you play it like turn 3, and then play your 2-drop, and then, you know, you get your counter immediately. Planner Ally is actually pretty good if you're a grindy black-white as well. I don't know what to take out of this pack. Probably the Planner Ally. Nah, maybe the Hawk. We have equipment. I kind of like the... And we're doing some dungeoning. If we go black-white, I think the Hawk will work out pretty well for us. Ghast is quite good. Oh, the 1/1. I'm not a huge fan. I'm not saying it's not playable or anything, but it's still kind of an underpowered card. I know that there's like a decent amount for it to trade with, but what happens when it doesn't? If you have sack synergies, like if you're the black-red sack deck or something, absolutely. But otherwise, I could take it or leave it. I'm not saying it's unplayable. I'm just saying I could take it or leave it. So Mace would be fine. Not exciting. I mean, the Death's Whisper and the Spoils are the best cards. Just draft black-green. I don't know. Definitely an option. And then it doesn't make it the hardest to splash should we want Barrowwind or Vorpal Sword. All right, I'll take Shesra. I'm convinced. Let's see. So now we can take the Blink Dog, which is good with the equipment. It'll be good if we go black-white equipment style deck. I mean, I'm not taking Find the Path. So, yeah, that seems like a pretty straightforward pick. Speaking of pretty straightforward picks, Dungeon Crawler. And this pushes me more towards wanting to be like more of an aggressive deck. More of a black-white than a black-blue especially. And even a black-green potentially. We now have a couple good one-drops. The Wear Equipment. The Double Striker that wants to be pumped. Think there's next to no chance we're going to play any of these cards. A treasure is not worth a card, y'all. I don't know if you missed my spiel on the Innkeeper at the start of pack one, the previous draft, but like, make a treasure does not make a 1/1 creature playable. Like, maybe if it taps to make a treasure and you can do it every turn. All right, so we're mostly looking at black-white, but if not, probably more likely black-green than black-blue, I think. So I'm going to grab this Hill Giant. Okay, whatever. Serviceable 3, not good, but playable. Bar the Gate coming back this late. I mean, it's a good counter. I don't love it. You know, like, I'm not all about counters in this format or anything, but it's a pretty solid card. Whatever. We're not going to play these. Plummet's a good sideboard card, but it's not best of 3. Okay, so obviously, Bard class we can't play. Also, it's a fancy constructed card anyway. How many legends are you going to have in limited? Green Dragon is not even very good. This is, like, I think probably the worst of them by a lot. I'm not saying you don't play it, but I don't think it's very exciting. The Temple's good if we want to splash, but do we want to do that? If we go black-white, we're not really trying to splash anything. Yeah, probably not. Not important for us at least. Not much in this pack that I'm super interested in. This is a pretty bad pack. Yeah, I think it's worse than the Blue Dragon, because the Blue Dragon at least fogs their attack for a turn, so you get to untap with a 5/5 flyer to try and race or kill them. I might just take Evolving Wilds. This pack is horrible. I don't really want any of these. Yeah, Torch is fine. How much equipment do I have? Oh, I actually don't have much, and I have a lot of small creatures. Yeah, it's probably Torch. Hey, thanks, Sausage. Appreciate the subscription. Wow, well, Mind Flare is broken, so now I kind of want to go blue, but probably shouldn't. Search your library for an enchantment. Reveal it. Do we have good enchantments? Not yet. I mean, we can obviously try and get that white one. This removal spell of the color cycle is really good. -4/-1 will usually kill something in combat, and -4/-4 will kill something anytime. Probably take that. If not, it's Mind Flare. So, Skullport Merchant is a card I like a lot if you're not, like, you know, if you're not aggro. We're, like, medium. We're, like, mid-range grind with equipment. I think we can afford the Merchant. It's a pretty busted card sometimes. Sacking a treasure to draw a card is literally ridiculous. Hey, thanks, Office Magic. Appreciate the subscription. I hope to see one soon as well. I hope I can make that wish come true. Okay, so easy Half-Elf Monk, right? Hexblade and Pegasus are fine. I think Half-Elf Monk is just a lot better. Precipitous Drop. Again, it's the only black or white card. I think we're committed now. Not a great seed, I don't think, but I think we've got our deck. Thieving Tools, on the other hand, in like a grindy black-white deck, probably a pretty ridiculous card. I'll take the treasure from that. Yeah, Mind Flare is pretty busted, and I could go to blue, but the card, a lot of it is you have to look at the cards you do have, right? Like, I could switch from white to blue, but I have to play black. And, like, I have a 1-mana 2/1 that comes into play tapped. I have an equipment that pumps little creatures, basically, you know, effectively. Like, I didn't have the Skullport Merchant yet. Like, my black cards are not, like, very defensive. Like, they want to be in a white or red deck considerably more than they want to be in a blue deck in this format. Yeah, I like this format of 1/4 tapper quite a bit. So, you never want to tap, like, you don't want to spend your mana to tap something on turn 3, 4, 5. You'd rather be casting things, right? So, like, you kind of want this tap ability on a 4 or 5 drop, not on a 1 drop. Now, obviously, you don't actually want to, like, spend your 4 mana card for a 1/1 or something, like the way the tappers used to be. But a 4 toughness vigilance creature, that blocks pretty well the turn you play it, especially in this format. Like I said, the format's filled with like 2/2s and 3/3s that are just trying to connect and stuff like that. So I'm not saying Half Elf Monk is like busted or great or anything. I wouldn't take it over Containment, whatever the white removal spell is called. But I think it's a pretty solid playable. That is a late Dragon's Fire. I mean, I don't know that we can use it or any of the cards in this pack. Maybe we'll play a Feign Death. We have a lot of little creatures. Now I'm going to take Evolving Wilds over next to nothing. Yeah, I don't know if I explained that well. Like, so obviously you'd always rather a card cost less than more, but you don't want to spend 2 mana to tap a creature in the early game anyway. So, like, you'd kind of rather, if the creature's going to have Vigilance especially, you'd rather it be on a late game card. Now, a 1/4 doesn't attack very hard, so the Vigilance isn't worth very much. But it's just basically, like, you don't want to start sinking 2 mana into a tapper until, like, turn 5, 6, 7 anyway. Okay, so we'll just, whatever. We're not going to play these cards. Again, I mean, we could switch to blue, but we're probably not gonna. I think blue is just as, if not more open than white. The thing is, like I said, I think our black cards want to be in a black-white, like, creature deck, not in a blue-black deck. But we'll see what we see and how it goes. So, Dawnbringer Cleric, very fancy, not very good. More of, like, a modern type card where, like, it could be good, really good in a specific matchup with all the different abilities. Precipitous Drop is fine. We do a decent amount of dungeoning. This could kill a big creature in the late game. It's not going to be that hard for us to get through the Tomb of Phandelver with this deck if we want to. The rest of these are unplayable, so there you go. I don't know why that went in my drop. That's going on my board. That's going right in my main. Okay, so Check for Traps is fine. It's a way to use your mana productively on turn 2. It's cheap, but Grim Bounty is substantially better. No decision here, of course. Grim Bounty by miles. There you go. I talked about how busted this card was as my opponent beat me with it last game. So we'll definitely take it. That's a spike if ever I've seen one. It almost makes me want to run out and buy a Canary. Oh, definitely over a Grim if you have a creature deck. It's not. I don't even think that's close in my deck. If you had like a black-blue deck with counters and late game, then I think the Reaper's Talisman and the Grim would be close because I think the that would be better. Wait, I thought you were talking about the Merchant because that was the next best card in the pack. What's the Grim? Oh, the removal spell. Yeah, I think Talisman's definitely better than the removal spell. Yeah. I think Talisman, like I said, if you're a creature deck, like obviously if you're a deck that's, and almost every deck in this format is a creature deck, let me be clear. There have been like more controlling decks in formats that revolved around like recurring instants and lots of cheap removal. That's not what blue and black do in this format. Like, so like, I think this Talisman is just totally busted. I could be wrong, but that's my opinion. I think it's just totally busted. So this is just an easy half-elf monk, right? No white or black cards otherwise. Yeah, you don't have to give it trample, right? You just attack with your 1/1, and then they either take 3, you gain 2, or they trade their worst creature for your 1/1. Then you put it on your 2/2 and attack, and then they take 4 and you gain 2, or they trade their worst creature for your 2/2. Like, the only real ways to beat the Talisman is to end the game really fast because the person was really far behind, or run them out of creatures. Like, this card is very powerful. I don't think we're probably going to play any of these cards. Probably the Monk. Assuming we're not too... We actually aren't that flooded at 4, so maybe we will play all 3. How are we on 2 drops? 1 drop, 1 drop, because it is pack 3. 2 drop. Wow, that's it? Oh, I need vanilla 2 drops bad. I didn't even realize that until right now. Alright, so it's Hexblade or Robber. Yeah, the Robber might actually be better, even though I think this deck is somewhat aggressive. We have the equipment to get it through, so I think that, I mean, we're going to take one of the 2 drops there, but I think it's close. I think the Robber could be better. I don't think we're going to play any of these cards, but if we didn't win a splash green, that's our second one of those. I just don't think Fate's Reversal really does enough to play. Like, 1-for-1 recur a creature from the graveyard is basically just never good because it doesn't help you hit your curve. And then the best it can do is just, trade 1-for-1. Obviously, this enters the dungeon, but, I mean, how much has entered the dungeon once worth on average? Like a third of a card or something? I mean, I haven't quantified it, but it just really feels like more often than not, that's just not a good enough card. Now, don't get me wrong, there is a lot of trading in this format, so I think this is a format where it will feel better. But I'm not saying it's unplayable, but I don't think it's good. Because, like I said, there are a lot of little creatures and death touch creatures. A lot of trading occurs, I feel like, in this format. So I think Graveyard Recursion should perform reasonably well, kind of the opposite of Bounce. The more trading, the easier for the stuff to block each other and not be racing, the worse Bounce performs, the better Graveyard Recursion performs. But I still don't think it's a fantastic card. I think it's just fine. So this deck ended up okay, but we're kind of hurting for 2-drops, which was probably a mistake on my part. I probably just wasn't taking mediocre 2-drops when I should have been. I didn't really realize we were low on 2s, to be honest. Yeah, we can still switch to blue-black if we have the right cards at the end of the draft. I certainly should not have been white in the seat, I don't think, but, like, again, the black cards I had made it tough, Like, Dungeon Crawler doesn't go that well in blue-black. It's playable, but it's not great. Vorpal Sword, not nearly as good in blue-black. Like, Sepulchre Gold, not nearly as good in blue-black. Thieves' Tools, not nearly as good in blue-black. Skullport Merchant would be better in blue-black, but most of these cards are, like, not great out of like, a less aggressive deck. Anyways, we can play this trick if we need another playable. It's not great, but it's fine. Everything there looks fine. My only concern is that, like I said, we didn't really get enough 2-drops. But I guess I'll just play an equipment on turn 2 if I don't draw one of my 2-2-drops. I do have another 3 or 4 equipment I can cast. It kind of looks like a 16 lander, but we have all these half-elf monks and a 6-drop, so 8/8/1 is probably right. So, right back out with that trick. Actually, maybe the Feign Death. We're not going to have, like, small creatures out and be ahead. We probably want to take the Feign Death out. What does this thing do? Yeah, nothing good. Oops. No, I did get it to 40. Okay, my bad. I thought I went one card over there. Oh, yeah, I don't think Thieves' Tool would be great in blue-black. I was saying I think it's not very good in blue-black, and it's good in, like, a black-white grindy equipment deck or something. Of course he did, Bad Lotus. How did it work out? If Deathsea ever gets a title, it will be Deathsea Breaker of formats. Yeah, there is a lot of Death Touch in this format, so that is a good reason for the dagger. Happy birthday, Burnator. Double Strike, Death Touch? Don't mind if I do. You want to race? We can race. You're attacking first, but my creature has lifelink. I am down. I don't necessarily want to use 2 mana instead of 4, though. What does this thing do? Enters the venture into the dungeon, and it can return creatures if you've completed a dungeon. Okay, so this turn we probably want to play Barrowin. Just gain some life, I think. Oh, no, we have to Philander, probably. Because we have to try and complete the dungeon. Looking at our deck, we have, like, Barrowin itself, which is incredible if we complete a dungeon, and we have 2 Precipitous drops. And remember, it looks like we're under pressure, but this game's not ending anytime soon. We have plenty of drops. This gains 2, this gains 2, etc., etc. I'm not saying we're going to win or lose, but this game's not going to end anytime soon. Yeah, I agree, 6 Foot Gnome. I don't know if you've heard me like 15 times say how vanilla this format is. I mean, I don't think you need to go that deep on synergies. I think a lot of it is just like, if you have, look, you want to take advantage of synergies if you can, but I think you can pretty much just draft whatever colors and focus on a good curve and your deck will be fine. So this gives -4/-4 to the white creature or -4/-1 to the blue one. Seems like we can Talisman the Double Striker for an attack and get some life. And just drop, like, the Vampire this turn, or the Precipitous drop this turn. Probably the Precipitous. No, the Vampire makes more sense, yeah. Because we would happily trade that for the Displacer Beast, and once in play, it's basically just a 3/2. If they want to pay 4 to buy that back to their hand, I'll be ecstatic. And like I said, it looks like we're under a lot more pressure than we are. Again, we're gaining 2 life a turn every turn when we attack, guaranteed. So we're really taking 3 a turn, so I'm not scared. Obviously, this is a good block. I don't care if they have a trick or not. Yeah, I want to give credit where it was due, TPO. Siggy's the first person I heard say that. I'm not saying he's the first to say it, but he's who I'm repeating, basically. Not because he said it, because I think it was a good description and he was right, and I've played plenty of the format, and it's my thoughts too. But he was the first person who I heard describe it that way, and I was like, yeah, that's the perfect description of it. It just feels like a core set. Hey, thanks, Desi. Appreciate good timing with the subscription. I was just telling everybody how your official title is Desi Breaker of Formats. What do you think? So what are we doing here? We're not really incentivized to attack with both. We haven't completed a dungeon yet. Precipitous Drop is a sorcery, so I gotta play that now. So we could play that on the flyer, because we could ignore the 1 a turn from the flyer. But we can't actually kill the flyer unless we played both removal spells on it. And then I guess Barrowin's back to block the 5/5, which is fine if I give it -4/-4. This might get messed up, but seems like it's the right choice. I guess I can send Barrowin if I want to, but then, like, I can't really block the 4/4. I could hold, you know what I could do? I could hold the Blink Dog back, but is that even better? It's like I deal 1 less damage by attacking with the Blink Dog than the Barrowin, and I spend the mana to move it around and stuff. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I'm just going to send the Blink Dog. Why does drop being an enchantment make? I said it was sorcery speed, like I know I have to play it now, but... I mean, yeah, Reaper only works when you attack, so it's not like I'm going to have Death Touch on the Goblin or something. Oh, you're saying rather than risk Barrowin. Yeah, sure. Well, I can, like, double block. I think the right thing to do here is play the Ray before combat, before blockers, I mean, so that I can see if it gets countered or something. Because if it doesn't get countered, I'll probably double block or block with just Barrowin because, you know, then it's a free kill. It's probably worth risking the 1/1. But if it does get countered, I definitely don't want to chump block with Barrowin here. So I think that I'm going to Ray it first. And then if it resolves, I'll probably just, like, double block. I'm not really that concerned about this 1/1. And, like, I do want to kill this creature. The -4/-4 is only till the end of this turn. I gave up a tiny amount of value, and it's a close game, and I don't like doing that. But, I mean, there's probably, like, bounce and tricks they could have if I only block with 1 creature. So what do they have? They definitely have to have something. They didn't equip. So we know they're holding something to play. There's deal 5 to an attacker. I mean, I think I attack with just Blink Dog. It has the teleport ability. So, I mean, whatever they have, I can just teleport it out. I'm not going to attack with Barrowin into all their open mana when they're representing something. Alright, good beats. Can't move it in combat, but now we can attack with Barrowin because it's pretty safe. And then the dog's not going to untap next turn because they rolled well. We're playing against LSV, not Ephro here. So let's move the Talisman. What's the point of teleporting? I could just teleport it now if I want to, right? What's the difference? What am I missing? Teleport phases it out. It's the same as it's not even in play. What does it matter? I can still teleport. This isn't as a sorcery or anything, is it? I haven't used blinking in 20 years, so I could definitely be wrong, but I don't see why it matters if I blink in response to that or if I blink now. Why does it matter if a teleported creature is untapped? They did the tap in combat, so I can't move the Reaper's Talisman. All right, we'll see what happens. I don't know. This is the first time I've used a phase out in literally 20 years, but I'm pretty sure that it doesn't matter. Like, when it comes back in, I guess it would be on tap. Maybe it could block or something. If this ability fizzles, wouldn't they have had their turtle to attack me? That seems way worse. Okay, so what do we want to do? Kind of need to attack. It's not a great trade, but I get the drain, and then I can just move them, play the merchant. I'm only looking to attack with one creature a turn anyway. Gotta be worth it, I think. Well, phasing is tricky, but... guess I should just draw a card right now in case I get a creature to play, and then if not, I can evaluate. Fair enough. I mean, there's certainly cards that kill us. There's not really anything I can do to prevent that. On board, we're fine. Yeah, it would... well... yeah, it would probably tap either way. Well, it only targets one thing. It says tap it. I'm not really... I really don't even know, to be honest. But also, the Blink Dog being untapped is not, like, super useful. It couldn't attack. It would just phase back in during my upkeep or whatever. I mean, it's not, like, bad, obviously, but... so an up 2 targets it. Up 2 is just, like, a better wording for targeting itself, basically. No, I believe it. I don't know the answer to this question, Bart J. Booze. I'm not saying the chat's wrong. I'm saying I literally don't know. I'm literally, like, reading the chat like a hawk right now. I honestly just have no idea. Okay, so I'm at 9. Is there a +3/+3? There's, like, +1/+1 to all your creatures. There's not, right? So I can just block the 3/5. I don't have to chump the 5/4, do I? It's pretty weird that they put it on the ground creature. I mean, I guess... I don't know. They think, like, then I can't block it, but I can block the 3/5. So it feels like it's almost bait to get me to block a 3/5. Because they could have just put that mace on the flyer. But, I don't know what's going on exactly. Yeah, I think I just blocked the turtle. I don't even think there's a common that gives +3/+3, right? Like, there just isn't. But, I mean, they're dead on board, so that's why I'm confused, but... I don't know. We'll see. Whatever. So, what do they have? What are they doing? -2, -0? I get a 2-point drain, but I have to attack with only one creature. Deal 5 to an attacker. Yeah, that could be it. How do I beat that? If I attack with both, I don't get the talisman drain. I mean, I'm not dead, right? Like, even if they live this turn, I can attack with one creature. If they kill it, I get the 2 points of drain. And then I have a blocker at 5, so that's 4. Oh, but if they move the mace over, then it is lethal. So it looks like... what if we venture into the dungeon? Where are we in that? A +1... oh, a point of drain. That might be lethal. So I think what we do is put these on this. and just hope that they can't kill it before it attacks. Because then we get 3 points of drain, which is game. So, like, if they can't kill it before I declare it as an attacker, I can drain them for 1 with the dungeon, and I can drain them for 2 with the talisman. So even if they have -2/-0, even if they have deal 5 to an attacking creature, they're still dead, because we have 3 points of drain using the dungeon ability. If I do that, that's I don't get the talisman. I was trying to, like, only attack with 1 once I realized we had the 3 points of drain, because then they're just dead to the drains. Even if they have, like, deal 5 or -2. Is there a way I could spread out and attack with both that still beats those cards? I don't think so. Maybe. I could put the +1/+1 on the 1/4 and then both have 2 power, so if I get the 1 point of drain from the dungeon, yeah. So maybe that was slightly better. It might play around a little bit more. So the only line that could have been better there, I think, is putting the +1/+1 venture into the dungeon when you attack equipment on the 1/4 merchant. And then I can go to combat with the 2 creatures, both threatening 2 power. And if that one gets to attack, then if they kill, like... No, but then if they kill the other one, they only go to 1. No, that doesn't work. Yeah, I think my play was right. Because then what happens is I drain them for 1, but they could kill the double striker and take 1 more and live. So I think my play was actually right. It plays around, like, the combat stuff. It plays around -2/-0 and deal 5 to an attacker. Nice hand, no 3-drop, just what we like to see. Yeah, Ephro makes a good point as well. Basically, if a card is lethal, you play like it can't exist, right? Like, pretend that you were at 3 life, and you were thinking about whether to double block the opponent's creature, and you were thinking, I'm going to play around Lightning Bolt. Think about how silly that would be. If they had Lightning Bolt, they're not going to blow you out when you double block. They're going to blow you out of the game by bolting your face, right? So Ephro's making the point that we know they don't have bounce, because they could have bounced my blocker and killed me on their turn. But they could very easily have had either the white or blue cards we named. +1/+1 to each attacker doesn't give them a way to deal lethal. The split white card modal, like, trick. Deal 5 to an attacker or +1/+1 to all your creatures. They could have that, or they could have the -2/-0 draw card. Those 2 cards would not have given them the ability to lethal me on their turn. But a bounce spell, they just bounce my blocker and lethal me. So we don't play around a bounce spell because that can't exist because we would have already lost to it. That's the point Ephro was just making, and it's a really good point. Basically, once something would have beaten you, or even if you anticipate it'll beat you 2 turns from now, you generally want to play like it doesn't exist. You want to play around what you can beat, not what you're going to lose to anyway, or would have already lost to. Okay, so I think here we'll just slam down our 5-drop. I mean... Maybe they have a counter, maybe they don't. Who cares? Modal means multiple options. Like, a modal card is like this white card I keep talking about, that basically you can choose to deal 5 to an attacker or +1/+1 to all your creatures. So it has 2 modes. No, it was 8, right? They had if they would put the mace on the flyer, they had 3 power creatures. So then if I block one of them and they give +1/+1 to each, it's 8, and I was at 9. I don't think that +1/+1 was lethal. I don't know. This is a round and even trade. Do I want to trade my Sepulture goal? I guess I could sack the Half-Elf Monk since I have another one. I mean, Half-Elf Monk's still better, though. Yeah, I'll just pass. This just doesn't seem like a good situation to attack or do anything. Nothing should be a Moto spell. Now that Arena exists, Radiant Man, there's no reason to ever use a Moto spell again. We use Arena spells in this house. Okay, so now we have the potential to blow out a double block, and it's not a huge deal if they have something. We don't particularly care about our creatures in play. So... I am going to attack now, because if they double block, I'm going to go for the Ray, and then they're going to use whatever trick or counter or whatever. If they want to just trade with the Ghoul and take 4, I'm cool with that. I know it's not much different than last turn, but the difference is I'm trying to tie up their creatures. Don't ask me why I didn't sack it. I just forgot. I'm stupid. You can hit the punt counter if you want. I think the best color in the format is... I don't know. My brain doesn't really think best color that much because it's so unimportant. But, like, I definitely agree with most people that blue and green are the weaker ones and the Maru colors are the better ones. But again, I think it's a format where you can definitely just draft whatever. Like, I have not really felt like when I had certain color decks, I won way more. Like, don't get me wrong, if black-red is wide open in your pod and you get a black-red deck, you're going to win. Like, it's going to be busted. But there should be a lot of people drafting black and red in every pod. Like, they're deeper colors. It's not like there's, like, a secret strategy that we know and everybody else doesn't. Just the cards are better. Like, there's just more good cards. So that means people are going to draft it more just naturally. That's the natural balance I talk about. Now, when that's off is when it makes a really good time to force something. Like, one thing you'll notice with some of the drafters, like Deathsea and Kyle Rose, who are a lot more focused on going to the archetypes they know and like than I am, it's usually not the most common archetype that's the good deck of the format because everybody else is drafting that. So you can't force black-red in this format. You're just going to end up the 5th black-red drafter in a pod. So what they do is learn how to draft some good archetype that uses a lot of the cards that people aren't valuing highly, or multiple. I don't want to make this overly simplistic. They're both amazing limited players. And then what they'll do is draft those as much as they can or lean into those because they're open a lot and they're good strategies and they know what they're doing. But, like, forcing the most common best colors that everybody's drafting just because they're the best colors and you don't even have to know that, you're just going to draft them more often because they have more good cards, is a way to train wreck yourself left and right. Lean slightly heavier into the better colors. But don't go into a draft saying, I'm drafting black-red. Like, everybody else is drafting black-red too. It has the most good cards. Like, it's not, like, secret tech. Okay, so. Do we want to attack? Not really. If I give Menace, I guess I could attack with both, but then I would be trading one. That's horrible. I guess it's just drop my 6/5 and pass. I mean, it's a very unexciting turn, but it's wasting the Menace, wasting the opponent's Saxon enchantment, but what are you going to do? We were holding 2 removal with 2 tappers and playing a 6/5, so hopefully they can't kill the 6/5, and then we'll be in really good shape. If they can, it's going to be a grind. Whenever a creature you control becomes blocked, you can return it to your hand. We'll call that the Katsuhiro Mori in honor of Ifro being in the house. Call that the Katsuhiro ability. And whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. Okay, I don't want to let that happen. Not great. Since the Ray isn't going to kill the Flyer or this Scholar, so I can't really replay this. I kind of have to Grim Bounty so that they don't draw extra cards, I think. I guess I can attack with the 2 half-elf monks. If they make any sort of double block, it can't work out bad for me. I just put this first and shrink it, and then I kill it and my monk lives. So let's start there. If they double block, can't I use the -4/-1 on the 3/2, and then just it dies and the monk lives? It's just good for me. That was one of the most impressive things ever, Fro. I'll tell it during ads and chats if I get a chance, but if you want to type what happened, I don't, it's a somewhat long setup, but the fact that you called that multiple turns in advance was kind of unbelievable, to be honest. Okay, so yeah, this is first, this is second. And now we go -4/-1, and we kill the good creature, and the monk lives. Life is good. And now we don't even care about taking the hit from the 3/3 because they're not drawing cards, and we can even drop our 6/5. Sack another enchantment. How do you like that, opponent? So we don't really have to save Grim Bounty for the 5/5 because we have 2 tappers. So, I mean, I should be able to stop the big flyer with that. We still have to decide if we want to use it here on the 3/3 flyer. I don't know. It's pretty close. I mean, obviously a 5/5 flyer is a lot bigger than a 3/3, but if they're just going to get tapped anyway, then it's the same thing. Spending our mana right now doesn't have a ton of value, though, because we don't have it, like, we have 1 card in hand, just it. So, I mean, it's really close whether you Grim Bounty the Windseer or not. I think if they were tapped out, I probably would, but this might give them the opportunity to play a bounce spell or something, so I think I'm not gonna. Kind of boring, fairly balanced core set, Arigato. Very low, like, skill intensive as far as Magic goes, but, like, hits the D&D themes really well. Like, the mechanics are just honestly kind of boring. Like, they're they're A plus flavor, but in terms of like strategy, roll a die and find out whether you get ascribed to or not doesn't really impact gameplay very much. Like you might win or lose because of the outcome of the die roll, but there's no strategy involved there. It's pretty rare you're making a play and you're thinking to yourself, well, if I roll a 10 through 19, I'm going to get an extra +1/+0, so I think I should take this line. But wait, half the time I'm not going to get the +1/+0, so maybe I want to take the other line. You know what I mean? It's not a mechanic that changes in-game play very much. So it's a boring mechanic. It's not like a skillful mechanic. Should I tap the flyer? No. Until the end of the next turn? No. I still want to tap the 5/5, right? I'll take 1 to hit for 3 back, even though I'm losing the race by a little bit. Because even though it keeps the shrinkage until their next turn, it's still, they're at 10. I mean, I'm attacking for 3. I'm not even really losing the race because I can tap both these flyers. So actually, I'm almost winning the race, so whatever. Oh yeah, but I could have just Grim Bounty'd the Blue Dragon. That was another minor mistake. I forgot I have the Grim Bounty, so like, I'll happily use it on Grim Dragon, obviously. So I could have tapped the Pixie Guide and saved 1. So that was actually, I took a point for no reason. So if I lose this game by 1 point of damage, hit the punt counter. But since I called it on myself first, you can't hit it now. You have to hit it when I actually lose the game because of it. Fair? Oh yeah, if I tap both, they would attack with the 2/1. You're right. Okay, I played perfectly as usual. I'm the best. I agree. Alright, let's see. So we'd rather them chump with a 3/2 than a 1/3, but we can't let them have a good double block on the 6/5. So I think we have to tap the 3/2, right? Because if I tap like a Pixie Guide, then they can put the 3/2 and the 2/1 on a 6/5. So we'll tap a 3/2 here. Now, if you told me I was going to draw a precipitous drop, I wouldn't have tapped the 3/2, but good beats. So what are we going to do? I mean, I could technically go for lethal. Like, if I knew they had nothing, I could tap both blockers, precipitous drop, drain for 1, you know, with the Tomb of Annihilation and hit for 6. But of course, if they somehow live, it's kind of a nightmare. Although not that bad, because they can't 13 me on the backswing. Should I go for it? Yeah, I think I should, because I can tap after I declare the half-elf monks as attackers, too. So they have, I'm going to get in some damage, and they have to have something for the Beholder. I'll go for it. I know I have lethal. I've been discussing whether to go for it or not. I hope you're trolling me. If you're trolling me, that's good. I know that, it's like, I've noticed the biggest difference between me and Twitch chat from playing Magic is basically if you have lethal, Twitch chat thinks you must go for that lethal immediately at all times. And, like, my general policy is if I'm winning, I'm barely even looking for lethals. My mind is thinking, how can they turn this game and come back? Not like, let me use all my cards in not the best possible way, because if they don't have anything, they'll die this turn. I'm usually looking for those kind of lethals when I'm way behind, but when I'm like in a good position like that, I'm not thinking like, okay, if I use my removal spell on their third weakest creature, you know, on their third best creature, and I tap on my mana main phase, and they don't have anything, I can get them this turn instead of next turn. Now, in that case, the reason I chose to go for it was because the Precipitous drop would have just went on the 3/2 instead of the 2/1, and even though the 3/2 draw card is a lot better once in play than the 2/1, not in the context of a game where I have 2/1/4 tappers out, a 3/2 and a 2/1 are not much different if they survive that turn, because I have the 2 tappers in play the rest of the game, and they're 1/4s. And, like, the tappers get to attack first, so if they have something like the -2/-0, yeah, they're not dead, but they're going to be at, like, 2 or 1 or something, and I've got, like, all these 1-power tappers. So, and they couldn't attack back for lethal. But if the opponent literally had 13 points in play, I would never went for lethal that turn. So we have to keep this on the draw, right? I mean, we have our 1 drop, we need... Well, we do have double black 6 drop, actually. I mean, if these Beholders were normal black cards, like if they were a black 3 and a black 4, I would never mold this. But on the draw, maybe we do mold this. I don't know. Because these are double black, so we have to draw 2 black before we can cast these. That said, I mean, Vorpal Sword on the Hawk early looks pretty good. Precipitous drop for their first creature. I think this is a keep. I don't think it's a have to keep. I think it would be like a have to keep, so to speak, if these Beholders were like black 3 and 4 drops. We're on the draw, so, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, Seth would keep. That's why he's the best player now, right? That's why he wins the most. Yeah, I think I'm going to mold because I need 2 black mana. Because the Vorpal Sword is double black to equip. The Beholders are both double black to cast. So I think I'm going to mull because these are all double black cards, basically. But if those were single black cards, I would keep for sure. All right, well, now I'm keeping and bottoming this. I think that hand's close. Like, I don't know. Well, so the thing is, you play your white 1-drop. If you draw a swamp, you precipitous drop their first thing, and then you draw one more swamp, you have a great hand. Like, it's way better because I drew the swamp, but what if I didn't? Obviously, I might not have drawn swamp with the other hand either, but I don't know. Mulliganing is the worst. I hate mulliganing. I'm pretty far in the Seth Manfield camp. Dragon's Disciple enters the battlefield. Okay, whatever. Dragons have ward 1, whatever. Okay. So they didn't reveal a dragon, so they don't have one in hand, and dragons cost 1 less, or not even cost 1 less, have ward 1, which is barely an ability. Okay, so we're not going to bluff here. Just ghoul and pass, I guess. Well, we actually might hawk. The ghoul's not going to... Oh, no, the ghoul could attack. We could sack the crawler. Although it's one of the harder ones to return back from your hand of this type of 1-mana 2-1 they've printed over the years. Would I sack my dragon crawler next turn to kill their disciple if they block the ghoul? Maybe. Venturing the dungeon is probably just better. Like, I'm not winning this game through aggression. Like, who are we kidding, right? They played a 1-3. That's going to stop my 2-1s. If I sack one of my 2 power creatures to kill it, I'm going to have 2 power in play with them at 20 on the play on turn 3. I'm better off venturing into the dungeon than I am trying to push in 2 points of damage. Let's get ready to grind. I think Fro's right on this one, too. Yeah, if those cards were single black, it's probably barely a keep. With those cards being double black, it's probably a pretty clear mulligan. When I first said, I guess I have to keep this, it hit me like those were 3 single black cards. And I was like, all right, I have a white 1-drop on the draw and a 3-mana black removal spell that's single black to cast. So I'll have plenty of time if I draw a single black mana by turn 4 on the draw or by turn 3 on the draw. But then when I realized 3 of the cards in hand were double black, I started to rethink it. I think Fro's right on this one. Because 3 of those cards are double black, I think you pretty much have to mulligan that. I don't know if it's Morpheus from The Matrix, but The Matrix is my favorite movie, for anybody wondering. And for any of you youngins out there who never heard of it, Google it, watch it. It's just honestly a mind-blowing movie back from when they used to make good movies. And I'm not one of those old guys, get off my lawn. Like, I think television's better now, pop's better now, games are better now. A lot of things I like are better now. But definitely check out The Matrix from 1999 when movies were gas. Or you could watch Transformers Part 8 or whatever they're making now. You know, Marvel movie that's roughly the same, number 647 or whatever. But I'm just saying, if you love a good story, check out The Matrix. It's my favorite movie of all time for a reason. All right, so I think we're venturing in the dungeon. Like I said, I don't think we're winning this game through aggression. I think we want to start venturing. And, should I Mad Mage? Should I Philanderer? Obviously, I'm not going to Annihilation. If they don't kill the Hawk, I mean... I could just keep doing this forever. I mean, I'm under no pressure and I'm holding a removal spell. So this time, it's definitely between Fandelver and Mad Mage. But I think it's really close. I think I might want a Mad Mage. I'm going to try and Mad Mage. I think this game's going to last forever. Like, I mean, my hand isn't that powerful, but like, even if I have to 2-for-1 myself to stop one creature and then I have to drop for the other, and like, I have plenty of removal in this deck. I mean, if I get super flooded, the game's not going to last forever, but if I get super flooded, I'm not winning no matter which dungeon I chose. So that's pretty cool. So now I can enter the dungeon by attacking with this flyer instead of tapping it. So I think we probably want to do that, but not this turn, next turn, when we can play it and equip. So for this turn, I'll just do this again, I think. Remember, next turn when we enter the dungeon, we'll make the 4/4 unable to attack. Since I'm going to scry one, I probably should have played the wilds first. That was kind of loose. Not in, like, Yeah, it was really loose, because if I saw a good card I wanted to scry the top, I wouldn't have been able to. So I messed up pretty bad there. I should have wilds, gotten a swamp, and then made the same play I made. That was, like, super loose play by me. I scried to the bottom, so it doesn't really matter. I'm going to get the swamp, and I missed the ability to bottom one swamp. But what if I had seen something I wanted to scry to the top, right? Well worth it, Slackin' McCracken. Well worth it. I saw Matrix in the movie theater for the first time, like, you know, when it came out when I was, like, 16, and my mind was blown. Seeing that movie on the big screen, like, you know, oh, wow. Like, I'll never forget that experience. Okay, anyways, so what are we doing now? We can Talisman, we can Torch. We have a lot of options, but we are starting to fall behind. I mean, don't get me wrong. If I venture into the dungeon, I make a 4/4 unable to attack. So I think what we want to do is Delver's Torch on the Hawk, attack with that, make the 4/4 unable to attack, and then the 2/1 can block the 2/2. And we're only facing a few points of damage. So, and then, of course, this will wear this for the rest of the game, so it's not like we have to re-equip it every turn. So I think this is the right line. Certainly can't attack over a treasure. This is just gain 4, make a treasure. A treasure's cool, but right now we want 4 life. So we could trade the 2/1 for the 1/1. That's our only reasonable block. Obviously, we don't need a chump at this point. I don't think we want to do that. We might use them to double block one of these later, and it's stopping a 2/2 potentially. I think we just take the 5 here. Yeah, we're under medium pressure. I mean, if they just keep playing things and playing things, we might lose. But I don't feel that bad about our chances here. Don't forget, we can start gaining 2 with Talisman. We can drop something here. Like, this is going to be -5/-5 sooner or later. Where are we in our dungeon? So just scry 2 this turn, though. So I think we kind of want to get out the ghoul. So what do we do this turn? If I, like, put the Talisman on the Hawk and attack, and then put out the ghoul, then I can go block, block, sack to pump the ghoul, trade with the owlbear. That probably is the best. Or instead of putting out the Talisman, I can Precipitous drop the 2/2. But that's the same amount of life, and I don't really want to do that, because I might get to Precipitous drop like a 4/4 or something. So I think this turn is Talisman for the 2 life, the same -2/-2 Precipitous drop would do right now. And then we just play the ghoul post-combat. Oh yeah, Talisman's just totally busted, like I said. I have it at the second most powerful uncommon in the set, and maybe that means it's the best uncommon, I don't even know. Battlecry Goblin's pretty ridiculous, because you can play it when they don't have open mana and give it haste and get advantages right away as well. And I think that's the #1 uncommon, but, like, Talisman's harder to deal with, and it's just so hard to beat. Yeah, the mid-head value was giving the drop -5/-5 sooner. But I thought we'd have enough to do. I mean, around that same time, we're making the owlbear unable to attack for a turn anyway with that 1 level of the dungeon, and, like, I mean, I'm not sure the play was right or wrong, but once we complete that dungeon, we could lose to their board. We'd have to just start on one of the better dungeons anyway. Okay, so which one do we want to... We're going to block both, and then we're going to sack and pump the Sepulture Ghoul. The question is, which one do we want to kill? The owlbear or the veteran dungeoneer? Probably the owlbear, right? We take, like, 1 more point of damage. Like, who cares? Oh, this is... No, we have to do it this way. If we do it the other way, we take 4 points of trample. Yeah, so this is right. This is not even a choice. Well, this is my last draft tonight, so more of a reason to mulligan so that we can spend more time losing slowly after mulliganing rather than losing quickly by keeping. That's how I often describe the decision of mulliganing. It's like, you know, keep and lose or mull and lose, so... But the London mulligan did help. I do want to give them credit for that. That's one of the best rules changes in the history of Magic. Okay, so clearly we want to attack to trigger all this, so, and then we'll see. Oh, but then we have the options to do what? 2 cards from the top of our deck, or 2 1/1s, and we have Precipitous drop. So the 1/1s would be pretty useful, and we can move this to it, but we don't really have much to spend our mana on, and 2, Two cards will probably get something better than two 1/1s. So this is pretty close. Thanks, BW. Really appreciate the 29 months of support. Pretty much the whole time I've been streaming. No, don't play the land first. Then you can't play a land off if you hit it, right? I think I'm going to make the 1/1s anyway, though. Because we have the equipment. And so, like, they're basically going to both trade as 2/2s. So I think it makes sense to make the 1/1s in this spot. Usually the 2 cards is better, but I can just move the equipment around. And I just want to not die, and I think the safe play is right. Every time we get to attack, we drain for 2, and like we enter the dungeon. And like the next dungeons are like win the game. Like you're talking about like a scry 3, and then the turn after that, like draw 3 after scrying 3. So like I think we really want to play somewhat conservatively from here, right? In fact, we can just do this now. I don't mind being very conservative from this position. If they don't kill this equipment that's letting me end this hawk, then we just win. Okay, well. So I definitely want the tapper, because flyers are a way they could beat me. They don't have any enchantments, but there's nothing wrong with a 6/5. And Barrowin ventures into the dungeon. So I can play this, venture, play the 6/5 for free. I kind of want to get the tapper out next turn, so I'm just going to top all of this, right? Like, even if they play a flyer, I'm at 14 and the tapper stops it. We don't want the 6/5 on top, though I don't think it really matters, but yeah, I think we just top all this, and I don't think the order actually legitimately even matters. We're just going to draw them all next turn. Look how much pressure it looked like we were under, and this isn't even close. We're at 14. These little creatures, man, they just don't get through turn after turn. Okay, I think that's pretty easy. I'm really trading a 1/1. I could, like, double block this, but I would just be trading a 1/1 anyway. It's just a 2/2 because it's wearing a torch. Why does it matter? Not because I'll draw the expensive one. Right, you're right, Detsy. Yeah, the only thing that really mattered there was not putting the 6/5 on top, because that's the one we want to play for free. And, like, we're going to trigger the dungeon next turn almost for sure, regardless of putting the Barrowin in my hand. I have the Hawk and the Torch, but we don't want to have to pay 6, so we don't want to draw the 6 drop. Good point, Detsy. Okay, so what are we doing here? Probably just Barrowin, venture into the dungeon, and then we can evaluate further after we draw our cards. I guess we know 2 of the 3, but still. So there's not even anything out that we particularly care about killing. Just definitely play the 6/5 for free. Okay. I forgot all that was going to happen, too. The Precipitous Drop killed their creature, and we completed a dungeon, so we got the Crawler back. I guess we give Menace. They don't have any enchantments out, right? Not that I'm necessarily concerned about Menace at all this turn. Yeah, this just seems easy enough. I'm not really worried about anything they're doing at this point. I'd rather, I think, enter the dungeon again than put a 2/1 in play, so. Dungeon of the Mad Mage a second time? The game's probably not going that long. Pretty happy with choosing it the first time, though. I'm not saying I wouldn't have won if I would have chose Fandelver, but think about how little Fandelver does. Like, this would definitely still be a much better game where they had time to stop me from triggering the Dungeon of the Mad Mage. We just won this game by completing the Dungeon of the Mad Mage. Tomb's good when you're ahead. I mean, it's pretty clear that Dungeon is the slowest and most powerful. Tomb is the aggro one because it basically hurts both players. And then Fandelver is just like a little quick, easy, get a little something. So, like, you know, Fandelver should probably be the one you choose the most. But I do also think a lot of people might be choosing it too often. If the Dungeon of the Mad Mage is, like, way more powerful. Like, I just effectively drew the equivalent of, let's say, 7 cards with all the scrying and all the card drawing. And, like, what do you get out of, like, you know, the Fandelver? Like, the equivalent of, like, 2 cards? Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't choose the Fandelver the most. I'm just saying don't auto-choose the Fandelver. Think about if the game's going to go long and you could get that value. So I'm going to block 3 creatures, because if they don't have a sweeper, I don't know what they're doing. And if they pump their team, like, I don't care. Does it make sense for the 3/3 to block a 1/3 or a 1/1, though? If they give +1/+1 to everything, it won't kill a 1/3. So, yeah, I'll just block a 1/1 with it. Well, I guess I won't chump a 1/1 because I'm at 15. Who cares? But I'm going to block. No sweepers? Okay, whatever. Yeah, the green dragon would have been a good dragon if it worked like that, but you have to play it first. I mean, don't get me wrong. If they play it first, like, I know they can't have anything. I just trade the 6/5 for their one thing, and then I just take an extra 1 damage. It's not like they could have played green dragon and won this game. But, yes, if green dragon probably should have worked like that. I think it's just, like, a weak card the way it's designed. But, yeah, you have to play it first. Okay, so now they have a flyer, so, we'll just bounty that. The word is like 1 or something, right? Yeah. I'll pay. You can charge me. Yeah, and you're probably right. That's the reason for the design, BW. But, I don't know. That ability is just like, they could have done something else, right? Hey, we got a final cuts. Haven't had one of those for a while. That's awesome. Thank you for redeeming Shadow Scythe. Do you want us to take a look at it right now or after this draft run? Has anybody around here seen final cuts before? What we do is we throw up a picture of somebody else's draft deck, and then we just spend a couple of minutes, not very long, like usually like around 5 minutes, like doing the build for them. If you've got somewhere to go or something, or you're about to play, we can definitely do it now. If you're just going to hang out, it would be slightly better, like slightly my preference to do it after the run. So it's up to you, Redeemer. Shadow Scythe, can we do it after this run, or do you need it done right now? Either one is cool, but my preference would be after the run if you're just going to stick around and you're not trying to play right now. Okay, awesome. You can redeem a final cuts anytime, anybody. Obviously, I won't do it mid-game, but like after we finish up that game or that draft portion, I'll do it. But, you know, if it's all the same to you, if you're hanging out and you're not trying to play the deck right now or something, then obviously I would do it in between a draft run, would always be my preference. So feel free to redeem it anytime, but my preference would be like if you redeem it during one of the last games of a run and then we do it in between runs. Or if you redeem it like right after a draft and then we do it before we get into the run, you know, playing or something like that. But feel free to redeem it anytime. Like I said, we usually spend about 5 minutes. We throw up a picture of their pool, you can see they already sent the screenshot. And then what we'll do is just build the deck for them. Like, hey, these are the last couple cards I would cut. Here's why. Obviously, I'm going to explain it, but we're not going to spend like 30 minutes on it. I'll be like, you know, these are the cards that are close. This is the synergies. This is what I would cut. Obviously, we do it together. I listen to all of you. They're involved too if they're around. So that's what Final Cuts is. And if you stick around till the end of this run, you'll see it. Because when we finish this draft run, it's my last draft of the night, but we will definitely do a Final Cuts. Thank you again for redeeming, Side. Really appreciate that. Okay, so we got 2 planes on the play. Our hand's really expensive. I mean, 1 black, it's good. I would keep this on the draw for sure. I'm going to be disciplined tonight. I think this one's a mulligan. Okay, this is a clear keep. Clear put planes on the bottom, so it's pretty easy at least. So which 3-drop do we want to play? We're not looking to sack a treasure or anything right now, so let's just put out the one that does 1 more damage, I think. While Skullport Merchant is one of the best 3-drops in the format, and Blink Dog is fine in this particular spot, the Blink Dog would do more. Now, neither will do anything, because I can't really attack. If I give that -2/-2, it's a 2/3. I still can't attack. I'm not going to use 1 mana instead of 3, so I'm going to play the Merchant. Even though the Hawk would do slightly more in play right now, if we draw a land, we're going to double spell with like a Hawk and a 3-mana card. I know we have the treasure, but unless something happens to the Merchant, I'd like to leave that around to draw cards, unless we draw a couple spells in a row and no lands. Blink Dog's fine. I mean, in the late game, it's unkillable. Double Strike is Double Strike, meaning if you can pump it, it's good. If you can't, it's not, basically. Like a 3-mana 1/1 Double Striker with no ways to enhance it in your deck is a bad card. But a 3-mana 1/1 Double Strike, or as soon as you put an equipment on it, it's a very good card, right? So, like, the more ways you have to pump creatures, the better a 3-mana 1-power Double Striker is going to be. Alright, I don't see a ground attack. We also didn't draw a land. Hey, I see a couple subscriptions. Thank you, Mr. Fancy Pants. Appreciate the support. Thank you, Rogue9lol. Appreciate the support. I don't know what's so funny about 9 rogues to you, but I still appreciate you subscribing to my stream nonetheless. If I drop the golem, it has to block the dog. Well, they'll double block, though, and then they'll still eat the dog, right? So that doesn't really work, Rainfall. Like, yes, the golem will have to block, and I'll first strike it out, but then the Roper will finish off the Blink Dog. On the other hand, if I drop the golem and pass, it has to attack into the dog, right? This gives them the opportunity to have a trick. This time I'm definitely choosing the Fandelver. I want to scry up a land, and I need a little value now. Great. Thanks, Frogbutta. Appreciate the subscription. Right, now we can just block it with the Blink Dog. We have a backup trick. We can play off a treasure if we end up needing to. Like, this is a really good spot. Like, if they have nothing, we eat it. If they attack and go for a trick, we'll sack the treasure and -4/-1 in response to the trick. So we're in a pretty good spot right now, as far as this turn, at least, as far as this combat. Oh yeah, both creatures eat it. You're right. So I'll even just double block, potentially. Hey, thanks, Pantherol. Really appreciate the compliment and the subscription. Glad to be drafting and sharing it with all of you. Like I said, I'm not promising any sort of schedule, but my current plan is to stream Thursdays and to start a little earlier than the sweatsuit. And then on Tuesdays, I'm going to be trying to stream right now because that's my second latest day right now. But it's probably going to be in the morning, usually. Okay, so not interested in blocking the 4 or 5. The only question is double block or single block the Iron Golem. If they have a trick, I have a trick. I mean, we'll see what happens, but I think double block. Hey, thanks, Shock4 and Awe. Really appreciate the support. I know, tuna with bacon. That was the plan the whole time. So they're sacking to get my treasure, which is fine. This isn't a bad play by them. I could sack the treasure to draw a card, and I don't have 2-drops in play. They can't necessarily expect I'm holding a 2-drop at this point in the game. That said, what am I going to do? I'm not going to Ray of Enfeeblement, so I can't do anything here. Okay, so we have 4 mana, drop the 2/2. We don't want them gaining life with the tap Roper. This just seems easy enough. Play the Hawk. This is almost a scripted turn. So, not really anything to think about here. Sometimes the cards do play themselves, and sometimes they don't. Do we want a treasure? Yeah, we're holding a 5-drop. Plus, we can always just sack it for a card, which is... I know we could sack the 1/1 for a card too, but a 1/1's not that likely to attack or block profitably, and we're holding a 5-drop, so I'm going to go with the treasure because I can always sack it for a card or the 1/1, but if I don't draw a land, maybe I want to slam Paladin. That's actually a really interesting one, because if I had drawn like a cheap card, I might slam Paladin. Now I kind of want the treasure to play my 6-drop. So if I play the Paladin, though, they take, what, 2, 4, 6 if they don't have anything? They got a lot of life. I don't think that's how we're winning this game. I'm just going to draw a card and see what we get. So they're going to gain 2 to untap their Roper. That's cool. Not super scared. I've got enough life. If they tap it, it doesn't have the prospect to untap. If they leave it untapped, whatever. I don't really need to attack right now. It's not a huge deal. The real question is, should I sack the dog into turn just to draw a card? I mean, it's a relatively decent creature, but I don't have ways to enhance it yet, and I'm holding 2 6s and a 5 now. It's pretty rare I would sack a Blink Dog just to get a card because we're in a stalemate like this, you know, this early. But I think it is right, given I'm holding a 5 and 2 6s. I don't want you to think like you should normally be sacking, because if I draw a land, like I can just cast this, and then any card I draw I can cast, and I'm one land away from the Beholder. So I think the vast majority of the time it would be wrong to sack the dog. But I think literally holding 2 6s and 1 5, and they have a 4 5 and a 1 3, I think it is right here. I don't know. 2-2 double strike can't even attack into a 4 5 profitably. Sorry, doggo. Okay. I'm definitely not against killing the Roper, but until they have a consistent source of life, that's not really like a priority. So we'll chill. Because, you know, if they hit me for 4-1s, who cares? Glad to see you're not results-oriented, tuna with bacon. Didn't draw any lands in the 2 cards. Definitely the right sack. Okay, and now I'm just going to do it again with the Ghoul because, again, I don't really see these doing anything. That thing doesn't have trample, so... Oops. So do I want to sack the Ghoul for a card and 4 life? Yes, I do. All right, let's see. Do I want to use my removal on the 4-4 trample? I can just trade my 4-4 for it, right? So I don't see any need to do that right now at 16. They'll probably have something, but again, next turn I have a 6-5. It's whatever. I like both tuna and bacon, so I'm not getting involved in this debate. Hey, you're back to join us again, Ari? Are you going to help me play? You're named after a Dominaria card. Are you a knight? You're more like, I don't know, a squire? You're a chatterbox, and you're very small. All right, let's see. What did they play? If you gain life, gain that much +1. Doesn't really matter right now. When you gain life, put a counter. Doesn't matter right now either. Okay. Just going to attempt to trade. Should I double block to play around the +1/+1? So here's the thing. If there's a trick that's going to kill both, double blocking is pretty bad. But if a trick will have their creature live, like some, but only kill the paladin anyway, or if it's the +1/+1, then they can't use it, then double blocking is good. So what are the tricks? Is there anything that kills both creatures if I double block? +1/+3 is still going to just kill the paladin, but +1/+1 will not work if I double block. What is spoils? Both bites would kill both creatures? What are both bites? Well, the bite, the green rare doesn't matter because on the uncommon, because that's going to kill both creatures if I block with just paladin anyway. Yeah, I don't think that the way you're describing it. I'm going to double block. So I'm going to get blown out by Hunter's Mark, but there's no way around that except not blocking at all. Single blocking or double blocking isn't any different. Spoils doesn't give indestructible, right? Oh, they're going to spoils the 4/4 and then get to eat the 1/4. I see. So that would have, yeah, spoils that was bad against. But it was good against the trick they had, which I called correctly. You hear something. They shouldn't have played it, but they, but it was a good double block versus that. It was a bad double block versus spoils, and they shouldn't have played it, but good beats. So now I can make them sack an enchantment. Cool. Y'all who have been watching my stream for a long time know I pay my actors well. I've got my strengths and weaknesses, but I'm not cheap. I believe that people should be paid well for a good day's work. Okay, so they don't have any enchantments. We could give Menace, but that doesn't really accomplish much. It lets us hit them for 1. We could use all 7 mana and Grim Bounty that and Talisman, but we don't really want to Grim Bounty that. We'd really just rather play another 6/5. So I guess we just play 6/5 Menace and 7 them. Play the Talisman. Uses all our mana, does as much damage as we can. What do they have? Such a weird attack. You said there's no sweepers in this color, right? +1/+3 doesn't work. I mean, +1/+1 doesn't work. +1/+3 doesn't work. Okay, guess they realized that. Gotten 7 wins, but I have not gotten a 7-0 yet in this format. Not to jinx it or anything, and I don't even think this deck's that good, but we're currently 4-0. Would be the first 7-0 for me in the format if we get there. Detsy, if you're still around, you got any 7-0s yet in this format? I like to try and get it, like, obviously it's whatever happens, but, like, you know, I like to check that box every format. It's like one of those little motivators when you hit your, like, first 7-0 of the format, you know what I mean? Because, like, look, it's not easy to get 7 wins in any one draft, but if you draft a lot, you're going to get 7 wins sooner or later. But, like, 7-0s are not easy at all. Like, I've gone whole formats without a 7-0. So that's just, like, my thing each format where I, like, check the box when I hit my 7-0. Have a good night, Radium Man. Hey, at least you got it out the way right away. Just first draft, 7-0. I don't think I've done that a single time. All right, so what are we doing? If we attack and they block and we sack our creature, we'll kill it. So do we want to trade whatever creature we play for theirs? If it's Blink Dog, maybe. If it's Skullport Merchant, probably not. We do have a pretty aggressive hand. I don't hate playing Blink Dog and attack with the Ghoul. Yeah. I mean, if I play the Merchant, I could ramp out the Paladin, but I don't even really want to do that. I just want to draw cards. This is a grindy deck. Like, it's not really an aggro deck. Granted, this is an aggressive play, but I think that it gives us an opportunity to trade a 1-1 Death Touch with no ways to enhance it for a 2-3, and I think we're cool with that. One double strike. I think I said Death Touch. Green-white's good in this format. When you get green-white life gain, you need some of the uncommons and stuff for it to be a really good deck. It's not like if you have, you know, 2 copies of the 3/2 common, you just got a great deck. But when you get, like, 3 of the uncommons and the commons and stuff, like, green-white's payoffs are pretty good. Now, don't go out trying to draft it, because, like, if you don't get these payoffs, your deck's going to be horrible. But when you do get the green-white uncommons, then you can consider it. Wait, I'm the only one who's supposed to have talismans. My opponents get to have talismans too? Well, let's see. So if I precipitous drop it and they want to attack to trigger it, I'll just get to eat their creature. So that kind of works. I have to leave a creature back, though. So, alright. I mean, there's not really anything else to do. We're not really in a position to trigger this a million times, and we're not on the aggressive. So this is a clear Phandelver, I think. That looks good enough to top. That's an answer to Reaper. It's a tapper. So the only question is, which one do we want to have back? They both hit for 2, and they both block the creature profitably. Doesn't matter. I guess the Ghoul is maybe slightly harder to interact with profitably, because I could always sack or something. Well, neither one eats it for free, because they're not going to attack for the 2 points of... Well, they both eat it for free. It has 0 power. The question is just, like... That's why it's, like, a hard play, but there's not much value at stake. It's just, like, which one do we think makes sense to leave back? They both hit for 2, and we have to leave 1 back, or they can just attack us and drain for 2. But my logic was this might be slightly harder to kill, because I have the ability to sack the dog to it. Like, if they have, like... I don't know, there's maybe I can't think of every single card, but if there was something that destroyed a creature, like, with power 3 or less, like Reeve Soul, we would sack the Blink Dog in response to that to fizzle it and have the Ghoul up. There may not be a single card that makes this decision matter. And cheaper if they bounce it is a good point as well, BW. Okay, I don't really see any decisions. We'll just play our 5-drop and attack with both. Obviously, if they block, I'll sack something, either the dog or the paladin. It kills a good creature before they can put talisman on it. The question I have to ask myself is, do I sack the dog or the paladin? If I sack the dog, I give up 4 damage in order to keep the paladin out, which is probably correct, but it is a choice. But yeah, I think if they block the Ghoul, I sack the dog. Rather keep the bigger creature. I mean, they can't blow me out with Ray of Weakness. I mean, it's okay, right? Oh, you're right. 2 damage, not 4, because I can do First Strike. You're right. And that makes it a much clearer play. Resolve First Strike and then sack the dog. Good point, Shadow Scythe. And that makes it not close. Obviously, I'll miss 2 damage to keep the 4-4 out instead of the 2-2. I mean, I would have probably missed 4 damage to do it, but then it felt somewhat close. But at 2 damage with them at this high of a life total, it's not close at all. Okay, let's see. So we're happy with any trade. We just have to have a blocker up. We don't want to take the hit and leave the creature around and let them venture in the dungeon. I do want to get that tapper out. So this looks like a good turn to play the sword and the elf monk. I can't block with the elf monk, so I think we're just going to attack with the paladin and leave the ghoul back to block. This isn't a great trade for me, but if they're trading on defense, at least they're not attacking and getting a Reaper Drain. And if they take it, then I've got my ghoul back. Somebody in the chat I know asked for a Vorpal Sword win. Hopefully we get there. I mean, we have 5 lands plus a treasure. Definitely a chance we can steal this game with Vorpal Sword, even if they're dungeoning and talismaning. I'm not saying we can't win without it. I'm just saying I could see the game going that way if we draw lands. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think, like I said, it's the most powerful one, BW. I mean, it's really just a question of, like... So, like, when cards get really powerful, you start to care more and more about how hard they are to answer, because winning the game by more doesn't mean anything. I mean, it means a little something, because you can win from a much worse position, but the vast majority of games, you're not in that bad of a position, right? So, like, as a card gets better and better, you start to care more and more about how hard it is to interact with, and less that it's even better. I'm confident that, like, kind of like an abstract vacuum value, the Talisman is a more powerful card, or sorry, the Battlecry Goblin is a more powerful card than the Talisman, but it's a 2/2 creature. It dies to 7 commons or 10 commons or whatever. Artifacts are much harder to deal with. So that's why I have those two. That's why the debate is between those two for me, because I think Battlecry is the most common one, but much easier to answer. And then the Talisman's the most is less powerful than the Battlecry is the most powerful one, but much easier to answer. The Talisman's like the next most powerful one, or way up there and harder to answer. So that's why it's like kind of a debate, in my opinion. Yeah, we're fine. I mean, they get to have a good turn here, but we've got the tapper and we've got the sack the thing that gives flying, so... I mean, this isn't like a huge problem. It's something we're going to have to, we're going to take a nice hit here, and then we're going to have to, tap it, or get to play. If we get a land, we can play Beholder. Like I said, this is a good game. I have no idea if I'm going to win or lose, but certainly we haven't just lost to that flying enchantment. Okay, so we clearly want to just use our... Oh, no, they could sack the Warlock's class. Yuck. This would have been sweet to play the Beholder and make them sack the Flyer, but I think now we kind of just have to merchant and tap, right? I mean, if they sack the class, they don't get any abilities off of it, but then I have to take a hit from this Fangblade again. I'm not really scared of them spending mana to look at the top 3 cards next turn. I think we want to Skullport Merchant and just leave up half Monk here. I don't want to trade the Ghoul for their 1/1, but other than that, it's cool. So I'll send these 2, play the Merchant, and pass the turn. We would only have enough to equip 2 if we sack the treasure, and I mean, we don't want to do that. That could be the 8th mana to win the game with Vorpal Sword, or we can sack it for a card. This is fine. We have the tap. We'll see what they do this turn. Remember, it's not like if we take a hit from this, we die or something. It's not good for us, but 2 points of drain, 2 points of hit, and a dungeon entry. It's basically, we can't take 2 hits from this, but we can take 1. And barring unexpected surprises, we have it stop this turn with the half-elf monk. I'll definitely put the Vorpal Sword on the Monk when I get a chance, but if I did it this turn, I wouldn't have enough mana. It's 2 to equip without sacking the treasure, and I definitely didn't want to do that. It's a pretty valuable treasure when we have a card that potentially wins the game for 8 mana and we're on 6. Pretty good card. So I don't know what they're going to bounce. Probably the half-elf monk. Paladin has the come into play ability. Tappers or summoning sick. Yep. Sacking it doesn't really accomplish anything for me. Can we survive next turn? Yeah, I guess. Because they can't even hit with both flyers and the drain. It's like, basically they're threatening for 4. So, what do we want to do here? Play the half-elf monk and put the Vorpal Sword on something. Looks pretty good. I guess the Vorpal Sword has to go on the 4/4 for that to be able to attack. But they're probably going to just block it with the 1/1. Not really great. Still, though, I want to get the Vorpal Sword on something. I guess I could do it next turn, though. Because I'm probably not winning the game with the sword next turn. It would be the turn after that. Because I have to be able to go, like, end of turn tap something at minimum. Or, like, things like that. This is tight. I mean, I could put the Vorpal Sword on the Paladin, attack with the Ghoul and the Paladin, and just sack the Merchant to the Ghoul if they block it with the 1/1. That doesn't sound horrible to me. Oh, no, but they'll just block it with the 2/5. So that doesn't work. You can only sack 1 creature a turn to the Ghoul. No, I know. I was going to put the sword on the Paladin, because otherwise they can just block the Paladin with the 2/5. The 2/5 basically blocks both the Paladin and Ghoul effectively. I know it gets Death Touch. I can't put the sword on 2 different creatures. I guess it makes more sense to just put it on the Paladin. The sword only gives Death Touch to the creature wearing it, not to all my creatures, to my knowledge. So, like, if I attack with the Ghoul, the Air Cult Elemental can block it, and I can only sack 1 creature. If I put the sword on the Ghoul, the Air Cult Elemental can block the Paladin. So basically, the Air Cult Elemental has a good block on one of my 2 creatures, no matter where the sword is. This is a tight one. I can't take 2 hits, but I do have the Tapper next turn. Really just comes down to those last couple cards in their hand. This is actually just awesome. Also, if I can give Menace... Oh, no, but I'm not going to have 8 left to spend then, so... But they are required to leave blockers up at all times. I don't even know what they're getting out of the dungeon at this point. Yeah, I'm not saying it's looking good. I think we're an underdog now, but they don't have a ton of life, and they only have 2 blockers. I mean, if we drew removal and could kill 1 blocker and tap the other, they would literally be, like, lethal-ish on board, right? Because we could sack the Tapper to the Ghoul, so we're talking about, like, 4, 10, 11 damage. So even if they gain 1 or 2, they'd still be dead. I'm not saying it's going to go that way. They have 2 cards in hand. But I think we're an underdog, but I don't think it's, like, unwinnable. It just comes down to what the last cards in their hand are. And what we draw, obviously. And we're also not, like, dead on board next turn, I don't think. We can tap whichever 2-power flyer has... Well, now we are, but... We could tap whichever 2-power flyer has the Reaper's Talisman, and then we would have only took 2 next turn. Now, obviously, we can't take 2 next turn, or we're dead, so that was quite bad for us. So now, do we sack the treasure for a card or a creature and the treasure? I mean, we need a card, but that's only spending 1 mana into their turn. Okay, so maybe that can keep us alive. Probably not, but maybe. Oh, no, I only have one white? Oh, no, I have the treasure. Okay, so I can play the Barrowin and tap something. Gain a life. Not sure that we can survive next turn, but I don't think there's any shot we can lethal them, so we'll just see how it goes. Oh, we're already in a dungeon? Where are we? Treasure or Goblin 1/1? That doesn't help us. Yeah, we're just dead. I mean, I guess I can draw a card, but yeah, neither of the next levels of our dungeon help us. So what I get, I mean, I didn't think this deck was that good, but start talking about the 7-0 and you lose the very next game. I deserve it. I'm going to draw a card, yeah. But I also still have to have the mana for the tapper, and I'm sacking creatures now. Obviously better than conceding. I'm just saying, like, it's a pretty rough spot. I guess I could have sent that. They would have almost certainly blocked, and then I would have sacked it for a card anyway, but... I mean... So I can't gain life with this because I'm already in a dungeon. I have to take 2. Like, there's a good chance they could deal me more than 2 next turn, but 2 is automatic. I can only tap one of the 2 flyers. So I have to find a flyer or life gain or removal, and I'm running low on mana, but I don't know what other choices I have, so... And I'm going to sack the Paladin because I might need the treasure. Maybe I should have done this pre-combat. I would have still lost, but that might have been an out 1 sack ago. Now, if I played this and equipped and attacked, I wouldn't be able to use the half-elf, so I'm dead either way. Good game. They could sack the Warlock class if I played Beholder. I mean, I guess it gives them the opportunity to make the mistake and sack the Flying Enchantment, but then it denies me the opportunity to draw cards. They had 2 enchantments out, so they would just sack the Warlock class and then hit me with one of the flyers for a game. Beholder's opponent sacks an enchantment, right? Not destroy. It's their choice. Each opponent sacks an enchantment. Yeah, it's their choice. Thank you, Little Offstar. Appreciate the subscription. So if you think your opponent's like going to forget about the Warlock's class or something, you could play it. But remember, I had the ability to draw cards. So it wasn't like, well, better to swing, better to play it than just concede. Like, I tapped my mana to draw cards in case I drew removal. My back was to the wall, but if I actually drew removal off that first card or something, I wasn't in a bad position. Because for the rest of the game, I can Elf Monk whatever's wearing the talisman. So I just need to, like, deal with the 1 extra flyer, and I'm semi-stable. Well, I guess not, because they can put the talisman on a ground creature, and then if I tap that, I take 2 from the flyer, and if I tap the flyer, I take 2 from the talisman. So that was going to be a rough one, but nonetheless, I mean, if I play the Beholder, I'm just hoping they sack the wrong enchantment, basically. My heart bleeds for you, Miles B. Running. It bleeds for you right now. So unlucky. We were 4-0. You just messed up the 7-0. Can I do 20 more drafts after this and you'll stick around for one of them? I gotta think that over, Burnator. I mean, on the one hand, I wasn't gonna, but when you make an offer that tempting and good, yeah, I'm gonna have to really think that one over. Nice, well, good luck. At least get the 7-0 after taking me out. Alright, so the Merchant can block the Outlander. The dog can't. We're on the draw. Seems like we'll just play that first. I really can't and shouldn't. Like, I'm not going to say there isn't a number, but we're going to wrap this one up. We still have a ways to go. We're like 4-1. Then we're going to do a final cuts, but I shouldn't do another draft tonight. I'll be back on this Thursday for sure. I won't be on tomorrow, but I'll be on Thursday. And I'm going to try and come on in the afternoon so I can do a draft or 2 before the sweatsuit and then finish with the sweatsuit. So Thursday afternoon, not very long. Appreciate all the support, though. Obviously, it's a huge compliment when everybody's just like, oh, do it more. So I do appreciate it. Like... Okay, so just gonna put out the monk. Obviously, we can't do anything aggressive here. Neither can they. We're chilling for now. I guess they can put the torch and then attack, but can't really stop that. But on future turns, I'll have the tapper so that I can stop whatever's equipped with the torch. So, okay, I think they sent the 2-3 just for pack tactics, but we can't kill anything anyway. So I guess we're just blocking with whichever of the 1-4s is less valuable to us. And I think that's pretty clearly the merchant. Yeah, if they have bull strength, good beats. I mean, again, like, the merchant's good, but it's partially really good because it gives you a treasure, and, like, it's not going to do more than, like, saving us 3 life right now and trading with a trick. Okay, we don't really have any attacks. 2 for the tap. This is just easy enough. Like, I could, like, you know, sack the treasure to put the beholder out, and I know you've seen me be really hesitant to use my treasures. Normally, I would sack these things left and right to ramp out a card. The reason is because of Skullport Merchant. These aren't sacking a treasure. Like, if you don't have Skullport Merchant, you want to sack your treasure at whatever point the mana is going to be the most valuable, right? If you have Skullport Merchant, you're choosing to make a mana instead of drawing a card. So when you have Skullport Merchant, you want to be a lot more diligent with your, a lot more judicious with your treasure sacking than if you don't have Skullport Merchant, right? So that's why I've been holding on to him so much. Okay, so no real choices. Inside combat, of course, we'll tap that one. So they're getting the pack tactics. I guess my only free kill is on a 1-1, so they're not that worried about that. But, I mean, I think I'm pretty happy to trade Blink Dog for Moondancer, and Skullport Merchant eats the 1-1. So that looks decent. Oh, they gain life, so it's a 3-3, so that's not an option anymore. So I can still trade Blink Dog for the Moondancer, but then I have to double block. Or I can put the 1-4 on the Moondancer and just put the Blink Dog on the 1-1 for a free kill. They don't have any life gain out, right? I mean, they can venture into the dungeon, but it's a Scry 1. I don't think killing that Moondancer right now is particularly valuable. I think I just take the free kill. Obviously, the Moondancer is worth a lot more than a 1-1, but I have to lose the Blink Dog to do it. I do like this set more than Strixhaven so far, but I think Strixhaven was more interesting for the first 10 to 20 drafts, but just like there's only 4 decks, and really it's more like there's 2.5. I didn't really hate Strixhaven. I just got bored of it very quickly. Okay, so anything that's not going to block is going to attack, but obviously we're way behind on board. So what do we want back? So, I mean, 1-4 tapper is going to be tapped. 1-4 is going to block one of these 3 powers. So it looks like we can send the Blink Dog if we're going to play the 6-5. Which we certainly want to do. It's bigger than the 4-5 anyway. So I think this is attack with the Half-Elf Monk and Blink Dog and just play the 6-5. Yeah, I know it has Vigilance. The Half-Elf Monk's attacking. We're debating whether to send the Blink Dog and the Skullport Merchant. I could also sack the Treasure and tap, which might be better. I'll just do that. Because if I play the 6-5, I'm not tapping. And I'm not even sure it's really stopping things better. Because I can double block these, like, 3-3s with, like, the Blink Dog and the Merchant. Or the Blink Dog and the Monk, or whatever. The Blink Dog and the Merchant, because I'm going to tap the Monk. Yeah, and more varying lessons, Wings Mage, totally. That's why I tweeted towards the end of the format. I don't understand their choice with the lesson design. Like, I just think the format would have been way better if Environmental Sciences was the only colorless lesson, and then they just had, like, 5 good common lessons that cost, like, 1 color each, so they were splashable. You know, like, if, like, Introduction to Annihilation instead of 5 colorless, I would just make that card, like, a black and 4 colorless. And then I would have a cycle of those and a better cycle of uncommons and just, like, have people, like, actually, you know, fighting over splashing lessons and playing a lot of 3-color decks. which is, it seemed like what they were going for, but they prevented that by making all these colorless lessons and all the lessons so easy to use and not that good. So they kind of just like, I think they just kind of punted the lesson learned. I think it was a good idea. I think they honestly just punted on it. Okay, so tapping the 4/5, it's just the biggest one, and it's wearing that artifact. It's tricky. A creature bigger than all theirs looks decent, but don't forget they can move this thing. It's not stuck on that. So like, and they can like hawk, and they scried to the top. I don't know what they drew. It's like overall pretty close, but it might have been better. But remember, I didn't strand that much mana. I drew another card by sacking the treasure. And I get a good block now on the Moon Dancer. I'm going to double block the Moon Dancer and trade Blink Dog for it, which is quite good for me. So like I said, I think it's pretty close. I tapped the 4/5. I'm taking 4. I couldn't stop the Hawk either way. So I sacked the treasure to get a card to take like 3 damage. Feels like overall very close. Also, remember, if I play the 6/5, I can't tap anything, so. But I don't necessarily need to, but they move this over to the Hawk, and then they hit me in the air, and then they get to venture the dungeon with this Delver's Torch. But this is going pretty poorly, obviously. But I wouldn't say we stand no chance if they brick these couple turns. And here they are playing 4-power creatures. This is double strike because they completed a dungeon and a 7/6, but, you know. Okay, I think the Tapper's more valuable than the Merchant, and we pretty clearly have to block, so this looks like Merchant on Gloomstalker, Tapper on Tapper. I mean, Tapper on Outlander. Maybe we don't have to throw away the Merchant. We can do it later. Might just chump a 7/6. We go down to 2. Can't take a hit from the Hawk, and if it's wearing the equipment, we have to tap it. They would also have 5 creatures to our 4, which is just lethal. So no, yeah, we can't go to 2. This is just a bad spot at this point. They just did a little bit too much. Like, I'm not complaining. I mean, like, my draw was fine. But I needed them to not play, like, Gloomstalker, Hill Giant, Herd Gorger these last 2 turns. Okay, so what can we do? We can Precipitous Drop and get a life, so we're at 7. And then we have double tap. Not great, not horrible. We can Precipitous Drop the Gloomstalker, which shuts that off completely, or the Hawk. Probably has to be the Gloomstalker, unfortunately. I can put out the 6/5 since I'm still at 6, and then tap the 7/6, and then that stops that. That's not that bad either. We still get 1 tap. I think this is the time to play the 6/5. Plus, we can give Menace and get 2 points of damage in. I'm just kidding. That doesn't actually matter. They're at 23. Or 1 point, I guess. But yeah, this is a pretty rough spot. We might even just be dead this way. Maybe I had to play the drop. It's pretty... 5 if they move that. It might be 5 or 6 exactly if I have to let 2 through. It's like pretty close. Okay, so I think we tap the 7/6 pretty clearly. At least the 6/5 will eat things. I'm assuming they're not blowing me out with this dungeon level, which they're not. Scry 2. Oh, they venture twice? Well, then I might just be dead. Well, the second one is exile 2 cards, so we'll have to see what they hit or whatever. Or make 2 1/1s, which will probably finish me off because I'm going to be at like 1 or 2 after this. But neither of the dungeon levels are inherently lethal. Scry 2 and then play the top 2 cards or make 2 1/1s. They don't have haste. They're not attacking. So they hit 2 more creatures. Well, I don't know how I can possibly win this game, but we're not dead on board this turn. Okay, so 6/5. Certainly we want to block the Outlander. No, because we can't, because the 1/4 can block a 3/4. So The, what was I going to say? The Outlander is like a strictly better creature than the Dungeoneer at this point. They're both 3/4s. This is only better because it's wearing the equipment, and this has its own pack tactics. But the 1/4 basically has to block the 3/4 because that's its only profitable block. And then the 6/5 can eat the Gloomstalker or the Dungeoneer. Both are 4 damage. The question is, which do we think is better to block and kill? A 4/3 effectively, like a 2/3 double strike, or a 3/4 wearing this. Guess let's make them equip it next turn. It's the same amount of mana either way. I mean, same amount of damage either way. So we can gain 1 and kill 1 and then die, probably, but good beats. What else are you going to do? Top deck Plague Win, was that an option? It would be like the biggest justice of all time if I lost 3 straight from the 4-0 start when I started talking about the 7-0, which I should not have started talking about this deck because it's pretty mediocre. Yeah, we can go back to Ikoria. If they did cycling right this time, it would be good. I think they only messed up on the payoffs. They just made them too good. Everybody rants about the 1-color cycling, but remember, if they just didn't have Zenith Flare and, like, Snare Tactician was an uncommon like it should have been, and, like, you know, maybe, like, 1 or 2 of the other commons just didn't exist, cycling would have been perfectly healthy and fine with payoffs. They just, again, missed on the power level. They just made the playoffs too good. The payoffs too good. And honestly, I don't know how they missed Zenith Flare. I don't know how you can think it's okay to have a deck that digs through its whole deck, that can just, every game, just kill the opponent with an uncommon, like, that they can't interact with in Limited. Like, if you want to make that card for Standard, you have to make it a Mythic. I don't care if it looks Mythic or not. If you want to make that card an uncommon, it can't hit players. If you want to make it for Standard, you have to make it a Mythic. Okay, so what are we doing? Are we dead? I don't know. So we'll tap this. I guess we'll just tap one of the 2-power double strikers and find out if we're dead when they attack. Oh, it's not even remotely close. We can ignore the Ranger's Hawk, but they have 3 creatures, and we can only stop 1 of them. Okay. From your mouth to Watsy's ears, Burnator. Make cycling lands evergreen. If it didn't go to the face, it would have been a good card, but you can print that at uncommon. Like, it's not a mistake. Because cycle, 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 find my best card, kill your best creature, gain 10, is an acceptable payoff at uncommon. Cycle, 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 kill you is not. Like, that's just not okay. You know what I mean? It's a big difference. I know they wanted it to hit players for Constructed, because cycling was like standard playable but not great. It was like if you changed nothing else but made Zenith Flare not be able to hit players, cycling is dead in Constructed. Instead of seeing in tier 1 play. Instead of being a tier 1 deck that was pretty healthy and balanced and good enough but not too good, it's dead. So I get why they wanted to do that, but just make it a Mythic Rare. Slap an orange symbol on it so you don't ruin Limited. Like, nobody cares. It's powerful. It's a finisher. You can make a Mythic spell. Just slap a Mythic logo on that instead of an uncommon. That's all you had to do, Watsy. And Ikoria would have seriously been a much better Limited format. And you should move Snare Tactician over to uncommon, because that shouldn't be a common, I don't think. But that's really all they had to do, and Ikoria would have been good, I think. This is the last run of the night, Beefy Beer QT. So you're a big, cute bear? Fair enough, if that's what that says. So here we're definitely going to kill it. I mean, this only kills 2/2s, you know, unless you're anywhere near completing dungeon anyway, but also we can't let them start pumping things. As far as what to hit, though, none of these look great. I guess the Fandelver right now. Easy bottom. I know that we have a 6-drop, but if we don't draw a land in the next 3 turns, we drew 3 more spells, so we'll manage. Thank you, Dwight Deshotel. Appreciate the 6 months of support. Nah, that's not how that works, Beefy Beer Q. Save the stipulation draft for when there's another draft in the queue, or if you buy it, we'll do it on Thursday, but... Okay, do I want to kill that? Probably better than not using my mana at all. I mean, obviously this isn't exciting, but next turn is going to be. Baleful Beholder, kill Rangers class. Don't mind if I do. As you can see, this game I don't have Skullport Merchant out, so I'm just readily sacking my my treasure much more willy-nilly. Because it doesn't represent a magic card, like, a draw a card. It just represents a mana, and I've got plenty of mana. So I'll use it to ramp out a 6-drop 1 turn early. Previously, I was trying to save it so I could sack it for cards. That's pretty funny, Burnator. Like, most of the puns are pretty corny or whatever, but that could be the case. Cause, I mean, somebody decided the name. I don't know if they're a fan of Delver or not. Wouldn't shock me. Okay, so if we Talisman, they can trade for the 7/6 or for their 2 little creatures. If we play the Paladin, that doesn't really change anything. The only thing is the 6/5 stops the 7/6 on D. Nothing else will. Not really sure what to do right now. I mean, my options are fine. What makes the most sense? I kind of feel like I put the Talisman on the Beholder and just attack with it. And then play the Crawler. Because if I play the Paladin and attack with the Beholder, they can just trade with the Herd Gorger. So that's not really very exciting. If I'm going to trade the Beholder for the Herd Gorger, I at least want my Drain for 2. Dungeon Crawler's not great. You shouldn't be taking it over removal. I didn't. I got it like 5th pick, pack 2 or something. Maybe even like 7th. It's obviously a playable card, but it's not very good. Don't think just because it's fancy and uncommon, maybe even constructed playable, it's automatically a good limited card. I think, Dungeon Crawler is a card you're going to play in your black deck, but it's not an early pick. I would take removal over it for sure. It's very hard to recur. Yeah, I'm going to move this over to the Crawler, because I'm going to assume my smaller creature is more likely to attack with the Talisman, and then the Beholder can block the Herd Gorger or whatever. I mean, a 1-mana black 2/1 creature with no ability is always going to be standard playable, potentially. I'm not saying it will or will not be played in a Tier 1 standard deck over the next 2 years, but if there's like an aggro mono black deck, then it's going to get played. You just don't have that wide a card pool for standard, and a 1-mana 2/1 is just a good card for an aggro deck if it's a 1-color aggro deck. I'm not saying it's like, awesome. I'm not saying it means we're going to build mono black aggro around this powerful 1-drop like you might with like that Knight from a few sets ago. Remember a couple blocks back, there was that 1 black Knight that was rare and just like an incredible 1-drop. It was like a 1/2, grew every turn, pumped, all that stuff. A card like that makes mono black, if there's enough cards, be a deck. Knight of the Ebon Legion, yeah. Dungeon Crawler, if there's not enough other good cards around mono black, it will not be a deck because of Dungeon Crawler. Dungeon Crawler is filler for that deck. But it's likely to see play in that deck in Standard, if that deck is good. What is the Tiger Tribe Hunter they played? 5-mana, 4/4, trample. Oof, Pack Tactics. It deals its damage to a creature. Oh, they have to sack a creature to do it, which is still scary because they have all these tokens, but... So they can sack like this 1/1 and ping the Crawler, but the only way they're killing the 6/5 involves sacking the 7/6. So this turn is pretty much scripted then. Oh, sorry, I missed a point. I should have played the Paladin first, and I'd have the Crawler on tapped. Well, that was not the tightest play of my life. Hey, again, show the opponent your mistakes, right? If nothing else. I got no pride and ego. Those went away a long time ago playing this game. Yeah, I was thinking about whether to attack with the Beholder or the Crawler, and then, just forgot about the Paladin in my hand, I'm not going to lie. Well, I didn't really miss... I mean, I missed some damage, I guess, but if I want to attack with the Beholder with Vigilance, I'm not going to send the Crawler, because then I don't get the Drain. And my back is to the wall, so I'm more interested in gaining 2 than dealing a bunch more. I think the right play was just play the Paladin. Oh, no, I can't attack with both or I don't get the Drain. Yeah, I think the right play was just play the Paladin and attack with Crawler, but... Okay, so, we just want to attack with Crawler pretty clearly. Remember, the 6/5 is a good creature against their team. Like, it either trades with the Herd Gorger or eats things. So this 3/2 is pretty annoying, but we can't really do anything about it. Pretty clearly, we're just sending the 2/1. But obviously, last turn I should have played the Paladin at least pre-combat. And then let's put Death Touch on one of our good blockers here. I don't even know what's going to go on this turn. I feel like I'm going to lose all my permanents to end the game. But, I really have no idea what's going on right now. I did the best I could to gain my 2 life with a 2 power blocker here, and then I have 3 creatures that are all relevant. You know, this has Death Touch now, and like, but like, I don't know. Well, we don't need black mana. I mean, it would be nice to be able to sack, I guess, but sack that anyway via the treasure. I mean, we spew a treasure, but whatever. Like I said, I'm assuming we're dead, but we're at 14, so maybe we're not. I don't really know. Okay, so if we block the 2 biggest, it's 4, 7, 10, 11, 15, so we're just dead. Yeah, that was justice. I deserve that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think 4 and 3 is about right for this deck. I think this deck was okay, but pretty mediocre. But that was definitely justice. Me start talking about it in my first 7-0 of the format, and then we lose 3 straight. Once in a while, very rarely in this day and age, but once in a while, there is justice in the world. Okay, so thank you, Soup Dave X. Appreciate that subscription. So what I'm going to do now is a final cuts, and then I'm done for the night, but I'm going to do a final cuts, and then I'm going to raid somebody and sign off. So if you want to see what a final cuts is, hang out for a second. What we're going to do is throw, if you don't, and you want to watch somebody else draft, totally understand. We're going to throw Side's deck on the screen, and then we will together just build the deck. And that's it. If you haven't seen it. I think it's fun. I have to go back in the Twitch chat pretty far to grab that link. If Scythe, if you're around, any shot, you could just repost it. Oh, I have to permit you. I'm sorry. Banned for following orders. Sorry, Shadow Scythe. You're permitted now. I apologize. No soldiers in this house. What you got? Okay, so we're going to drag this up here on the screen. Let's see. So this is Shadow Scythe's deck. So we're taking a look. They've already cut it to 40. Usually there's more than 40. That's one of the main things we do with this. Sounds like they asked for specific help, which is what? The mana and... what was the last thing Shadow Scythe said? Okay, so the 40 laid down. You have an Evolving Wilds for the splash. Drizzed is totally busted, so of course it's worth splashing for. I don't splash that lightly in this format because you really do want to cast cheap things and trade them off and all of that and not fall behind. But Drizzt is just busted. And with 2 Plundering Barbarians, Evolving Wilds, and Forest, we're already on 4 sources for a busted rare off 1 Forest. So definitely splashing it, no question there. Hulking Bugbear in the sideboard. That card is quite good if you're aggro, which this deck looks pretty aggressive. I'm probably going to want to play that. Let me see here. Hoarding Ogre, you have a lot of other 4 drops, and you already have one, so that's probably not going to be good enough. Unless you have synergies with the rapiers, I'm probably not going to use those. Let's see. Looks like you have a lot of equipment as is. What is the Dancing Swords? Oh, this card's good, yeah. This deck's sweet. Like a white-red, like Kaldheim deck with like all these early drops and equipment. I don't love Boots of Speed because it doesn't raise toughness. Haste is sweet, but really turning a 2-2 and a 3-2 is not going to change how it does versus any creature. I'm not saying you shouldn't play it. I'm just saying I'm pretty low on the card, even in aggro decks. Love the Dancing Swords. There's not much from here. Yeah, there's not much from here I would change, of course. You pretty much have all the right cards in. I do like the Bugbear in an aggro deck. That's probably going to end up making it. And given it's only your third equipment, the Boots is borderline. I think the Delver's Torch is probably better. I know you're an aggro deck, but you'll spend your mana on that. Also, you have a lot of cheap cards, so I want to play the Monk of the Open Hand. Not that the cuts are going to be easy or anything, but... So let's see. So, I see why you sent me this Shadow Side, because obviously you have a lot of good playables, so the last cuts are going to be hard. Yeah, I don't think there's any way for the Rapiers to get in there. I think these are the 43 that we would realistically consider. I do kind of want to play the 3 I just put in. I think the Monk will be a 2-2 and 3-3 out of this aggro deck and then wear equipment, but I'm not saying we're going to be able to. I don't know what the last cuts are going to be. Yeah, I don't really like Boots. Like, you can catch people by surprise with the creatures that trigger things, but, like, this deck doesn't even really do that. Like, this is just, like, a good aggro deck. Like, you're going to beef your stuff up and attack with them. I would rather have the Torch, to be honest. And, like, you're not an all-in aggro deck. Like, you have Drizz, you have Battle Hammer. Like, you don't need to, like, just, like, kill them on turn 6 instead of 7, or 7 instead of 8, necessarily. I'm not saying it's a bad thing with this deck. But I think this is going to be an interesting build, yeah. So this is, by the way, final cuts for anybody who hasn't seen it. We're just going to build this deck. Obviously, it's already mostly here. We're just going to make the last couple cuts and do the mana. So I think these 43 are pretty seriously in contention. I definitely think 16 or 17 is also an option. The main reason to go 17 would be to get in extra sources. We're live streaming, just so you know.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey, babe. She just got back from work. Yeah, so this is going to be close between 16 lands and 17 lands. The Bugbear and the Torch and the Monk are good cards in this deck, but cuttable. It's not like Scythe cutting those was crazy. I mean, like, all of his cards are good. All their cards are good here. Look at this. But, so I think from these 43 and potentially 16 or 17 lands, that's where we want to try and build this from. This deck, like, puts equipment on its creatures and attacks pretty well and trades and forces trades. It's not like a go-wide deck, even though it's an aggro deck. So I think the Paladin at 5 is probably my first cut. Nothing wrong with Devoted Paladin. It's actually a pretty good card because this format's a lot about attacking back and forth. You just have 2 better 5s, a 6 that's better. Like, it just seems like it's the cut. Along those same lines, so I talked about this concept briefly during one of the drafts. Ramp is really good with cards that cost 2 or more mana than it. So for me to really like a 4-mana ramp card a lot, like Hoarding Ogre, I'm not saying you can play Hoarding Ogre in any deck. Maybe you just drew exactly 4 lands, you make some treasures, you trade it off, and you use those mana. But for me to really like the card, I've got to have 6 drops. There's 1 in the whole deck. I think Hoarding Ogre is a pretty solid cut here as well. Not really trying to cut any of these 3 drops. The Barbarians are good green sources. We have a bunch of ways to pump stuff, so the Blink Dog's uncuttable. So the worst of the 3 drops, no, there's just nothing. Like, no, these 3 drops are just uncuttable. Priest draws a card. Valor Singer you're going to play in this aggro deck. Barbarians are free sources. Weaponry is a free source. Like, you're just playing all of those cards. Let's go to the 2s. The 2s are all quite good as well. I don't think we're cutting any of these. We're not cutting Steadfast Paladin. The 2s are practically uncuttable. Yeah, my last cut is the Boots. I don't think the Boots is horrible. I just think the 1-mana 2-2 to 3-3 of Monk with this many cheap cards and the Delver's Torch are just a little better. If you want to play the Boots, which is my last card out, then you're cutting a land, I think. But I think I like 17. You have a creature land. You can spend your mana moving around equipment. And you have like a 6 and some good 5s. And then as far as the lands, you're going to want pretty even white and red, and then your 1 green. So I doubt there's much to do with the mana. It's only which one do we play 1 extra of, red or white. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then you have 8 white right now. Yeah, so I'll check if that's right. Yeah, I mean, you have way more cheap white cards than red. I even move that further in this direction, which is actually another good reason to do that, because you're more likely, 8 to 7 likely to have a white source compared to a red source, right? So, like, you want more of your cheap white cards, and I just cut, like, a red equipment for, like, a white 1-drop and stuff like that. But, yeah, basically, this is what I would build. I wouldn't change the mana. 8 plains, 7 red, Evolving Wilds, and Forest. I would just cut the Boots, the Hoarding Ogre, and the Paladin, and put in, like, the Delver's Torch, the Monk, and whatever the other card I put in was. The Bugbear. Someone said the cam was over the Evolving Wilds. I'll just move a couple of these over here, but yeah, so this is what I would build. So, good luck, Scythe. Thank you for sharing your deck with us. Let us know how you do if you're around on Thursday. We always appreciate it. Like I said, I love Final Cuts. I think it's a fun one where we get to interact together, build a deck together. It doesn't take that long, and it's useful for the viewer as well. So I'm a pretty big fan of this one. So if anybody's thinking about redeeming it, don't redeem it now, but in future days, well, you can redeem it now if you want. I can do another one. But these take 5 to 10 minutes as opposed to a draft run, which takes 2 hours. But that said, thank you for sharing it, Scythe. Thank you to everybody who tuned in today. I hope you had a good time and learned a lot. And I will see you on Thursday. I'm gonna try and stream in the afternoon on Thursday, and then through the sweatsuit. I'm shooting for like a 2 to 4 p.m. start, but I'm not guaranteeing a specific time. Now, who should we finish with a raid on? But I will 100% be on Thursday. Just a question of where between like 2 and 7 p.m. I start. For anyone who hasn't seen the sweatsuit on Thursdays, it's a really sweet streamer draft league that Hunter Pence and Sped1 organized. That basically 4 pods, 32 streamers. We all play each other. Single elim, best of 3. We all stream our drafts. We all stream our matches. It's just kind of become this fun weekly thing. It's been going for about 20 weeks now or something. I won it once. I got second once. So hoping to improve on that a little bit. But no complaints. And I will definitely be in that Thursday. For right now, I will leave you in the capable hands of Voxy. Just make sure you put the kids to bed because she likes to curse and yell. I'm pretty polite. I don't curse very much. I don't yell very much. She's kind of the opposite of that. So, put the kids to bed so you don't get in trouble. And I will see you next time. Hey, you're welcome. Have a good night, 6 Foot Gnome. Good games, good luck in your drafts, and I will see you Thursday.